Don't you wanna feel good, good, good? Sometimes I wish that we could go back before you got hurt, hurt, hurt. When before I was scared, now I'm feeling prepared. Don't you wanna feel good? Don't you wanna feel good, good, good?
When you say you were leaving, I thought that you meant it. I played the victim, you start as indifferent. Hindsight comes standard with rose-colored lenses. Hate to admit it, you're better off. Now you're too afraid to look, too scared to miss it. We're night and day, solar eclipses. Too afraid to look, too scared to miss it. We're night and day, solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses.
Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start it.
Maybe feelings change, I can remember all the reasons why we've been separate ways. Feeling all alone in your company, keeping you captive in guilty chains.
We're night and day, solar eclipses. Too afraid to look, too scared to miss it. We're night and day, solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses.
Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again.
Tomorrow we build. Depends on the future we want, we can make it as real. Maybe we will go, give up the ego. Making it feel good. Too scared to just let it go. Too scared to just let it go. Tomorrow we build. Depends on the future we want, we can make it as real. Maybe we will go, give up the ego. Making it feel good. Too scared to just let it go. Too scared to just let it go.
Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. We can start again. We can start it.
You wanna know my feelings every time I look in your eyes. Baby, I can feel your energy, it's making me realize everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I. Everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I.
Hello, welcome
Holy.
everybody. What?
Oh wait.
What's going on?
Hi.
Yeah,
I just got a. I just got sent a clip and it threw my mind for a loop. Okay.
Okay. Well, with that, guys, welcome on in everybody to RFDL Week 8 Day 2. I'm Ecliptic Fades. I'm joined by Firestreak and Docky. How are we doing today, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doing good.
You guys in here? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sleeping.
And you would think that I'd pay these guys more if they had some actual answers for me, but you know.
Wait, we're getting paid?
Yeah, let's go.
We're
Not if
getting
you're
paid.
not if you're answering like yeah.
Yeah.
Don't get answers. Yeah, don't get money.
I'm feeling
anyway, guys.
fantastic today, Fade.
Yeah, we had a very interesting day yesterday. To be fair, I think this is, as I said yesterday, this is probably our most scuffed week of RFDL Season 1 for now. Let's talk a little bit about what we saw yesterday as the crossbar ping already rings out. As we have been keeping track of that over the course of the last day. But we didn't really have a lot to talk about yesterday because the only match that actually got played was Cloud9 versus Dignipaws, and that ended in a sweep because Dignipaws just dominated my team. There's not really much to say about that.
Yeah, I'll let you two talk about this one.
I mean, I don't. Here's all I need to say about this match, okay? Picked a stat line: 10 goals, 8 saves, 16 shots with an 835 average score. It was huge, and I think if I remember right, there were only yeah, I think there was the majority of the goals were coming from assists, so I'm really happy with how me and Strawberry were setting Pictus up, and I think it's just hard to play against Pictus when he's popping off like that, so hats off to Pictus.
You know the game style that we had in RFDL Season 0 for Black Bunny, where we said pass Hammer the ball and Hammer puts it into the back of the net? I think that's what Dignipaws tried to recreate in this match, and they did it to perfection, because every single time Pictus got a hold of the ball, there was a goal maybe like 5 seconds later. Of course, Fire was also putting in some goals, and Strawberry and Fire were putting some very big assist numbers up. But my goodness, it just didn't seem like my team could do anything to deal with the amount of pressure that was on our net. And definitely looking back, there were a lot of times where we just boomed the ball away and kind of gave possession back. And, you know, when you have an opportunity like that, you just keep on pushing. And it worked really well. So my team's going to have to go back to the drawing board if we want to have a closer match next week against LumiMawcity. And you guys just keep doing what you're doing, because that playstyle is going to beat a lot of people, especially if Pictus continuously puts shots on like that. But that being said, that was the only match that we actually played yesterday. We did have a little bit of a Aeroax versus Docky show match, and if we want to talk about domination, we could talk about how Docky dominated in this ones match. Best of 7. But we only got to game 5 because Docky just, you know, plays his game.
Yeah, well, I said GG easy before we started, and I'm just kidding. No, I mean, I think I was playing well, and I think Alex was not playing as good as he normally does. So our overall series scoreline, based on like, I'm not gonna say the number because it's embarrassing to me, but I will say Alex has beaten me more than I've beaten him in overall.
No, I need to hear that actual series scoreline.
I think it's like something like 11 to 70.
Damn.
Oh, dang.
Yeah.
That's all I can say about that.
Yeah. But, you know, I guess I got lucky this time, so.
Imagine actually keeping that scoreline. That means you've played like over 80 games of 1v1 against him, which makes a lot of sense. seeing that you guys just knew how to counter each other so well in this 1v1. But I mean, let's just talk about the other match that was supposed to happen yesterday. Twisted Tales and Purrsion Rebellion was our match of the week. We were looking forward to it. And then turns out that Twisted Tales was nowhere to be found. And Purrsion Rebellion, I think, get the easiest win that anybody has gotten in the league so far, as they just get a forfeit out of Twisted Tales, and they get their third win in the books. So that actually, honestly, is going to shake up the standings a little bit, depending on what else happens today.
You know, it could. However, if my calculations are correct, it only will change their placement if Dignipaws gets swept by Fox Clan today, because Gentlepaws already won yesterday, like we said, and the closest Dignipaws is 3 games ahead of Purrsion Rebellion in terms of game def currently. So, unlikely to change much in terms of standings, but in the long run, you never know how that can make a huge difference. So, absolutely. It's a good one for them to pick up, but yeah, you gotta look at Twisted Tales and be like, what's going on, guys? What you guys doing over there? Like, come on now. So
okay, go ahead and skip the rest of the replays for now, as that was quite a lot of replays to be had for a 1v1. You guys were just scoring a ton of goals. But that being said, we actually have 4 matches instead of 3 for you guys today. So I will let you guys know the actual schedule for today. But let's talk about the leaderboard here first. And this is the leaderboard so far. Nothing really big changing there. Cloud9 is going to get that 4 and 4, and Gentlepaws is now going to be 3 and 5. And you can also see Purrsion also 3 and 5. So once again, it is going to depend on Dignipaws, where they do for the rest of that lower bracket. We will find that out later, and of course, it could still go to goal differential, even if they got swept. I don't know if that's necessarily the case for them. We'll have to see that match later. I think that is the last match of the day. But for the schedule for today, guys, this is the rest of the matches that we have going on, and you can see that we played one of them, our featured matchup was a forfeit, so we didn't really get to play that one. But we got 4 great matches for you today. We're starting off with Black Bunny versus LumiMawcity. Then we'll be going straight to Purrsion 1 versus X3 Tactics. Following that one will be BDS versus OwOptic Gaming. And then we will be coming back after that one for Dignipaws versus Fox Clan. So that one's going to be the last match of the day. It's going to be some really good games. 3 out of the 4 games are live today. No idea what's going to happen. I'm so excited to see a lot of these matches go down. And they're some really good ones. I mean, let's talk about our first match of the day. Black Bunny LumiMawcity. What do you guys think about that matchup to start us off?
So I think it's going to be a pretty solid matchup for sure. I think it has the potential to go the distance for sure, especially if Arilax and Hammer are playing fairly neutral with each other. However, yeah, I think LumiMawcity is definitely the favorites going into this one, just because that Arilax and Avid chemistry has been going really hard lately. Like, they have been popping off together, which is good to see if you're a LumiMawcity fan. And yeah, I'm glad I'm not on Black Bunny right now, because LumiMawcity looks terrifying to go against. if I'm being very honest.
Yeah, I mean, I think both teams have been playing really well recently. So I think both teams have a lot of momentum. This could, I think, have a shake-up in terms of maybe slowing the momentum down the season. So this is kind of not a must-win game for both teams, but I think the win will help obviously a lot going forward. So this is kind of a bigger matchup here.
And I guess there's one more thing I do want to point out, but it's the fact that, you know, we've been talking about Fox Clan, kind of been saying how they've been kind of cooling off for the past few weeks. Black Bunny is the exact opposite. They are on a 3-game win streak going into this game. And I'm really interested to see if they're able to keep up that momentum, because I mean, none of them have been easy matchups. 2 of them going to a Game 5 and 1 going to a Game 4 for them, but they still have a lot of momentum going into this game, and if they're able to carry that momentum forward, they're also going to be a really hard team to go against, so we'll need to see how it works.
Yeah, both these teams do really have a lot of momentum going into this week, and I mean, they both have been great teams so far. They're both showing up. This new addition of Kiki for the Black Bunny roster has been very nice to see. They're kind of taking that second man spot, while Hammer has pushed a little bit more into a... he wanted to stay more of a third man, but he's become more of a first man in this sort of rotation, it has seemed. Meanwhile, Vezix has had to take the back line just a little bit more than he used to. When Sam was still on the team, they're not able to utilize those demos quite as much as they used to at the beginning of the season, but I think it's been working out quite well for them. Meanwhile, LumiMawcity looking great with Avid, and getting those Airlax to Avid plays, and you know, we always talk about how Levi does so well keeping the pressure in the midfield and being that solid third man rotation from them, so it's very tough to see who's going to win this one. I'm very excited to see this match start and actually get to see how these teams perform. I don't know, what do you guys think, who do you guys think are the star players to look at today?
I mean, I think it's pretty self-explanatory there. For Black Bunny, you got Hammer. How can you not have him as like their focal point for the team? For on the Black Bunny side, I mean, LumiMawcity a little bit more of a tough one there, but I still think I honestly think that Airlax is still kind of the backbone of that team. Although I could definitely see the argument for Avid being that kind of backbone for LumiMawcity, because he's in the right spot for them so often. So, I mean, yeah, I think that those are the players I'm going to be looking out for.
Yeah, Stolen. I mean, that's right from my brain. It's really not much else in terms of if you're going for like the who's the star player of each team. I think you can't pick anyone other than the 2 players you said. But you know, as in terms of, you know, X factors, obviously we've battled 2 very good C1s in Vezix and Levi, so we'll have to see how those 2 fare up against each other in this matchup. But yeah, I think obviously Hammer and Airlax very good at what they do.
Yeah, I'll agree. I also really want to see how Kiki is going to perform in this series in particular. They were doing quite a bit against Dignipaws, and I believe in their match beforehand, where they played Fox Clan, Kiki also got MVP in Game 5, which, you know, it shows that they're looking good in their rotations and stuff. But LumiMawcity, a much different team to go against than Dignipaws, and I do gotta say, Hammer and Kiki are going to have to make sure their shots are very consistent to keep up with the defense that this team has been able to put on in the past couple of weeks. So We're gonna have to see which one of those two teams reign supreme. Let's go ahead and talk in depth about each of these teams going into this match. Let's start out with Black Bunny Gaming, guys. And I mean, they're top two, I believe. They're second place in the standings right now. And I hate to say it, but look at Hammer's accolades. We expected this from him because of Season 0, and it's the exact same thing once again. First in shots, first in assists, first in score, second in saves, and second in goals. Like, he's everywhere except demos, and that's exactly where you expect him to be.
I mean, and look who is top on demos. Like, you got Vezix there, that's, even though he's slowed down on the demos the past couple of weeks, he's still lethal on the field, quite literally, because he will unalive everyone if you give him the chance to. But this game, I think, is going to be one of their tougher games yet, because I think with Hammer taking on a more active role on the team and kind of playing both a first and third man role, that's going to be a lot tougher, because they're going to kind of need him to be able to put effective shots on the net, but they're also going to need him to be back to try to ward off this two-headed monster that is LumiMawcity with the Arilax Avid combo. So I'm kind of curious to see if Hammer's going to be able to play both of those roles, or not, because I think Vezix can help out on that offensive side of the ball pretty significantly, but the defensive side is where he has a lot of room to grow. So I'm curious to see what role Hammer decides to take in this match and what their strategy is going into this game.
Yeah, I have to agree. Let's go ahead and talk about their opponents here. Gonna be LumiMawcity showing up here, and we've talked about this team quite a lot as well. Arilax, Avid, and Levi have been showing up. They're not as much on the accolades, but they haven't needed to be, as their gameplay has really talked for them, and shows why they're fourth in the league right now. They're doing extremely well. They've got a goal difference of 13 across all of their games, and that just shows how aggressive these guys are. And you can see that Avid second in assists per games too, and Arilax second in saves per game, showing how well of a defensive line this team has had. Docky, what do you think about LumiMawcity?
Yeah, I mean, they're very good. It's a lot of offensive, I think, firepower that team has. Yeah, I mean, we've seen that for the past few weeks. They've kind of been a little bit of a tear more recently. And I think Arilax to bounce back pretty hard. I know he wasn't feeling quite himself yesterday, but I have a feeling that that's going to change today. So he'll probably be wanting to prove that he's got, some more consistent shooting. And I think they'll come out swinging. So I'm pretty excited to see how much more of the offense we see. Like I said, like you were saying, I guess we've seen a more reserved gameplay from them on a whole. A lot more kind of rotation smart. They definitely have the ability to play that higher power offense, and I think they're going to need to against a team like Black Bunny. So I'm kind of excited to see how they do that.
Yeah.
So, Fade, you do mention not quite as high on the accolade side of things, but something that isn't really represented on Arilax's player card is that he is top 10 in the league in 5 out of the 6 categories that we track for RFDL. So even though he's fallen off of those top 5 leaderboards as of last week, he's still right up there in so many different categories. So he's definitely a force to be reckoned with still, and we're going to need to watch out to see what he does this week.
Oh yeah, I don't think you can ever doubt Arilax's skills in this league. He has shown time and time again that he knows exactly how to take any of these top teams down. And that's going to be a really interesting thing to see against this Black Bunny squad. 1 second, Hammer is asking me a question in the lobby. 1 second. he was asking what team side that they're on, and I believe he's team 1, which is going to be orange. But what I was trying to say is LumiMawcity has showed up time and time again against some of these stronger teams. They just played against BDS last week, and they had a really good result as well against them, taking it in 5. Black Bunny Gaming is going to be just as tough as an opponent, but this is not the Black Bunny Gaming that we saw in Season 0. This is a Black Bunny Gaming that has a little bit more holes, a little bit more easy to exploit than the old overpowered roster was, and Aerolax is looking more than comfortable on this LumiMawcity roster, and I think that it's going to go to them. I don't remember exactly, but Fire, what were the predictions for this match?
So the predictions were, if I remember right, they were a bit split as I try to pull up the correct file. NA production varies slightly here, guys. But we have Fades, you chose LumiMawcity in a sweep, and so did Daki. But I chose LumiMawcity in 4. Airlax could not predict on it, and Rystall, our guest for last week's podcast, chose LumiMawcity in 5. So a full desk sweep for LumiMawcity. Is the curse going to come alive once again? We'll need to wait and see.
Yeah, and with that being said, guys, we are about to get into our first match of the day. This one's going to be exciting. This one is one of the ones I think I was looking forward to most this week, and I'm sure that our chat has been looking forward to this one as well. And soon enough, I'll let these guys join the game, but without anything else to say here, I think we're just going to let these teams fight among each other and see who comes out on top. You ready for this, Daki?
Always.
All right, well, let's get going, guys. It's the first match of day number 2. And I don't think Hammer's going to ping test, but I think he looks fine. But it's going to be LumiMawcity versus Black Bunny Gaming. Black Bunny Gaming versus LumiMawcity. It looks like everything is good to go. So, Daki, let's go ahead and get this one started. And I am so excited to see what these teams are going to do. We're going to start out immediately with some pressure from LumiMawcity. Aerolax is going to have this up off the corner. Hammer just going to play this one patient. Trying to take this away from Aerolax. Does so. Gets it over the rest of LumiMawcity, but can't put the shot on net. But that's going to look good for Black Bunny to start here.
Yeah, definitely. A little bit of a breakaway. It's unfortunate I wasn't able to get to it in time, and wasn't quite the follow-up shot they were expecting for, but that's a nice shot from Hammer, but Alex will be in the position to save that. And seen a lot of offense come out of Black Bunny. Haven't seen as much from LumiMawcity to start, but as I say that, Alex will have a shot on net. Not like the other way. Hammer will have that one away. This is a little bit awkward here, as I'm not sure either team knew who was going for that ball first. We'll play on as normal. And again, I'm seeing a lot of back and forth here. Not a whole lot of shooting opportunities. We had a bunch to start, but there hasn't quite been as many. I think both teams are starting to lock down and take care of some of these breakaway opportunities we've had so far.
Another challenge coming out from Hammer. Going to try and find someone to pass to in the midfield. It does go mid, but no one from Black Bunny there to capitalize. Bezik's going to try and get up to Avid, maybe looking for a bump or maybe a touch on the ball, not sure. Hammer now past Aerolax. It's just going to be Levi in defense. A big touch over to the side, but no one able to touch that ball. And that could have been Black Bunny's first goal. But we are going to remain tied here. Avid looks for the shot. It's going to be wide. We're seeing back and forth gameplay from both of these teams as the ball just flies over each side constantly. Bezik's now looking for the shot. It's going to be blocked out by Avid and Aerolax to clear this one.
Like you were saying, it's been a lot of opportunities, just not quite there. Either the defense being too good or just the shots not being as close as you would like. And again, though, teams fighting for more and more opportunities. seen a lot of that, as this one might be a little bit awkward, but luckily for LumiMawcity, no one there from Black Bunny is going to be there to be able to take a shot on net. We'll try to go for the double, does not quite get it. I think Kiki was expecting that to bounce a little bit differently. Tried to read the bounce, but just did not go the way they had expected it to, and just not quite there on connecting on some of these passing opportunities, some of these shot opportunities. Of course, as I said, that Hammer might have an opportunity here, but plays it slow, but Airlock's so well in defense there to make sure that that one doesn't get past, and both teams seemingly all on defense, as we've had a lot of offense, but none of these goals have gone in.
Hammer trying to find some more pressure here on the LumiMawcity side. Levi's going to get passed up. A shot coming up from Hammer. This might be an opportunity, but nothing happening. And you can see Arrow there having to dodge the demo to be able to get that save in the first place. Now Avid looking for a touch on Hammer, but Hammer just stays grounded instead. Now Vezic, you can see him bullying Arrow in the back line. That's going to leave an open net. Is that it? It is. And I just accidentally did an ad break.
Oh no, did you really?
Yep.
Oh no. How long?
3 minutes.
Alright. That might take us through the...
This is why gifted subs are the best thing ever. As I just fumbled my buttons there. I need to take that away. But you know what? It was gonna happen eventually. I need to change my buttons on my stream deck so that doesn't happen. Kiki gonna get a second goal. We're just gonna, you know what? At least it happened in game 1 and not game 5 today.
That's true. That's true. Oh my goodness. Well, I mean, for those that are going to miss the action here, it's more of the same as we've seen. A lot of offense from both teams, but Black Bunny playing a lot better right now on offense. We'll have to see though if LumiMawcity is able to claw back into this one with just over a minute left. Not a whole lot of time. They have been stuck on defense for a little bit now. There might be an opportunity for them. And they'll completely shut down once again, and they continue to struggle to get out of their own half. Oop.
Not sure. Turtle said there's no ads. I don't know what they're seeing right now, but if they are seeing the game, they do see that less than a minute remaining. And Black Bunny looking to take this first game, unless LumiMawcity can come up with something quick. Pass down to Avid, but it's going to be cut off by Hammer. And Levi takes a long shot at the net, but it's not going to have enough power. It will be blocked off to the side. And we definitely saw Black Bunny come forward with some aggression here in that first game. And I think once they got that first goal, they started to ramp up. Got that second one real quick. Not sure what LumiMawcity is going to have to do here to get through this, but a couple of demos might help. However, of course, it's not LumiMawcity getting the demos. It's going to be who other than Vezic, the demo king themselves. Now that's going to bounce off awkward. Avid puts it low. I think he wanted to look for a pass there. Didn't really have the boost to put it on net. With that being done, it looks like LumiMawcity going to be down by 1. Black Bunny Gaming gonna win game number 1 here.
Yeah, and I mean, like you were saying, you know, in terms of what LumiMawcity needs to do, I think differently. They've had a lot of opportunities. They just were not able to connect on any of them. And I think they know that going forward. Try to lock down some of those passing plays. There were some great passes. There wasn't anyone, you know, on the side to kind of take advantage of those shooting opportunities that they had. So maybe try to communicate better. Obviously, first game's always a little bit more difficult in that, but I'm sure they'll be able to bounce back from that.
Yeah, that first game did really seem like a little bit of a feeler game for these teams, as they're each going to try and figure out how to approach this match. And the defense in the first half of the game was very incredible. It took us all the way to 1 minute 47 seconds on the clock to actually even get our first goal. And then Black Bunny just scored 2 really quick ones. And, you know, it's hard to come back with that amount of time in the game. But I think LumiMawcity looking pretty good. They're just going to have to come back in game number 2 and see how they can adapt to this Black Bunny offense.
Yeah, we'll have to see. And I mean, like you said, we have to. I think an adjustment will have to be made there. But obviously, not a whole lot of time to make those adjustments. You kind of have to do those on the fly. Take the in-between time to kind of talk with your team. It's so hard to make adjustments as you're playing. You can maybe try to notice things and try to make micro adjustments, but it's so difficult to do. Any team can do it. I believe this LumiMawcity team absolutely can. Already starting to see a little bit more opportunities for them. So it might be an awkward one, but and Black Bunny doing such a good job of making sure that stays way out of the way. Might be an opportunity here as well, but that one once again is cut off so quickly, and LumiMawcity will have to find another opportunity to score on net.
Something that I want to see from this LumiMawcity is maybe playing a little bit faster in this game number 2. They played a little bit of a passive, slower game in game number 1, and I think Black Bunny did eventually take that. And what a touch from Aeroax, showing off that speed, as I say it. Dunking Vezix on the play for the first goal for LumiMawcity in this series, and that is a clanger.
Wow, yeah. The crossbar ping. What a shot that was, and exactly what you want to see from LumiMawcity. Kind of taking, like you were saying, taking these opportunities to go to the ball quickly. They have the speed and ability to a little bit faster to some of these, and we've seen that a little bit, but not quite a whole lot. So I think they've been trying, to set each other up for some passing plays, but those are just getting shut down so quickly that maybe solo plays are the way to go moving forward. We'll have to see, though, as they do have the 1-goal lead. I'm sure that feels good for them after not being able to score the entirety of the game prior, as Aerolex gets another shot on net and puts them up 2.
And it's the good old Avid to Aerolex combo that we love to see out of LumiMawcity. These two really do well at finding each other on these plays, and Aerolex always shooting in the back of the net, no matter what the angle. And they're showing up, as I was just trying to say earlier. I wanted to see them play a little bit faster, and it seems like that is the adaptation that they have made. They're going at these challenges a lot more aggressively, and it really is starting to work out for the team. They're finding a lot more space, and they're finding a lot more chances to counterattack here on these plays, and it's really working out. Now Avid getting a chance of his own, as Vezic's not going to be able to hit this ball. Hammer is going to be able to get the 50, though, and it's going to go outfield. Now Aeroax trying to keep a touch there, but not a lot of boost. Avid going to do a quick turn on this one. 50 against Hammer. It's past him. Kiki going to have to look for the save here. A miss! And Aeroax looks for the shot, but it is going to be Hammer putting that one away, and that was close for Black Bunny.
Yeah, definitely a little bit. Seeing though, yeah, like kind of saying that momentum's seemingly swinging right now, as we've seen a lot of offensive opportunities for LumiMawcity, but of course, as I say that, Hammer does what he does best and takes a sole opportunity to score 1 for Black Bunny, and this is a great shot, great read, and it has to be up for it, but that's so difficult to read where exactly that double is going to go, and especially when you're up against Hammer, that can go anywhere.
Yeah, and if you give Hammer those opportunities, you know that he's going to try and put it in the back of your net. He did a really good job there. That was a very impressive shot. Now, Aeroax trying for a shot of his own. Avid just trying to play the clear here from Hammer, but Aeroax is in a bad position, and that's going to lead to another goal. Black Bunny Gaming ties this one up really quick.
I'm not really sure what happened here. Both teammates from LumiMawcity were in position to make a play on them, just neither of them did, and it's like maybe a miscommunication, both in kind of the same spot at the same time, expecting the other one to go, and then causing neither of them to go, and makes it a little bit more awkward than that should have been. And no, it's not the end of the world. The game is tied, so they definitely have an opportunity to come back. We'll have to see, though, if they're able to bounce back from that slight miscommunication. So this is such a great touch, but Avid doing such a good job to make sure that that one is cleared away, and already starting to see a little bit more momentum here for Black Bunny. They've done a lot better in the latter half of this game to put LumiMawcity in awkward positions, and it's not good for LumiMawcity. You definitely do not want to lose the momentum here. Down 1 going into this game too, at the end of this game too.
That could have been a bad double commit, but Avid does notice that he was about to run into Levi and stopped at just the right time. That could have caused a Black Bunny counterattack. Now one is going to start off of Hammer once again. Arrow gets the save over to the corner. Levi keeps it clear of any Black Bunny offense. Arrow gonna try and take this one all the way himself. Gonna be stopped by Kiki. Kiki been a little bit quiet in game number 2. Waiting to see them pop off, as they have had not too many moments to be actually able to do so. Now to go for the shot, not able to touch it, and a shot rings out, but LumiMawcity, no one is going to be there for the pass. And that's going to be a open net left to Black Bunny Gaming. Another crossbar ping rings out, as that shot was so close to going in. Now Hammer trying to pass up to Kiki. Kiki not getting the best touch there. A minute remaining in this game number 2, and we're all tied up here.
Communication seeming to have broken down once again. Like you're saying, there were some open out opportunities, just no one really in the right position to make a play on the pass, and obviously it's not what you want to, the position, it's not what you want to be doing, obviously, when you're trying to come back into a series. You want to take every opportunity you can to score the ball. So you need to win this one. You don't want to be going down to triple match point. Reverse sweeps are always difficult to complete. Had a couple. You obviously don't want to be forced to do that, as maybe your shooting opportunities there. This is such an awkward position for LumiMawcity, as they are all full committed to this, and Levi's not going to be back in time, and that's going to lead to another goal for BBG. That's 3 unanswered goals now. LumiMawcity kind of full committing to that, and returning a little bit too wide, not able to get back to it in time, and 14 seconds left. Black Bunny is up 1.
You kind of hate to see that for LumiMawcity. They definitely did not need to push that aggressive. I think it might have been a little bit of miscommunication between Levi and the rest of their team. I don't think they expected all 3 of them to be pushing for that. But with 5 seconds left, they need to find something now. Levi keeps it alive. Parallax and Avid, though, no boost, and that is going to be a second win for Black Bunny Gaming here.
That's very unfortunate. They played so well in the first half of that game, but then kind of fell back to what they were doing game 1. In the second half there, just a lot of miscommunication, not kind of being on the field where you want to be, stacking up on one side or the other, and when those passes went mid, when there was that open net opportunity, just no one was there to take the shot, unfortunately, and that's going to come back to haunt them, I think, going into this game 3, but really at this point, they're kind of recognizing that's happening, maybe starting to make those adjustments going into this next game.
Yeah, and as you said, they looked really good at the start of that game number 2. Really putting on the speed, really putting on the aggression, but it just seemed like once they got the lead, they started to play it a little bit more passively, where they might have just wanted to keep continuing on with that pressure, as it really did allow Black Bunny to kind of get out of their own half of the field and start putting on some shots of their own. And when you give Hammer, when you give Black Bunny Gaming that sort of opportunity, it's going to go in the back of your net every time. And you can see Hammer putting the team on his back here, having every single goal for this team in this game number 2. And if anything, you're really going to have to shut down Hammer going into the rest of this series, because a reverse sweep is going to be very tough for you to pull off if you are LumiMawcity. But goal number 1, the first thing you got to do, stop Hammer from scoring these goals. And we're going to see if LumiMawcity can do that in this game number 3 over on DSH Stadium. We're going to begin with LumiMawcity having some possession, and then Vezix gets that touch, and Vezix has been always so good at getting those awkward touches on his own side of the field that really throws off the offense. Allows Hammer to pick up the ball, going for a shot, and Aerolax has to go up and get that save. That could have been a close one for Black Bunny Gaming.
Already, unfortunately, I think seeing some of that miscommunication we saw at the last game, not quite double commits, but kind of that stacking that we were saying, where players are kind of in the same position, not really knowing who's going to go for it. Hopefully it hasn't hurt them yet. Definitely don't want to be seeing this in the long term. They have not really been able to set each other up as well as they should. I think that's kind of having a bad effect on their offense. Just not really able to push the ball forward as cleanly and efficiently as you need to, especially when you're up against a team that can counterattack so well on you, like this Black Bunny team can. And let's see though, luckily for them, this first minute off the clock, they have not been scored on yet. I do want to be doing the scoring here in this game 3. Obviously, the potential for the sweep has to be on the minds here, and obviously knowing they need to reverse sweep now if they want to win this series. They're going to have a start. This is going to be obviously where they start. It's a nice opportunity. Nice pass from Levi. Avid will have a shot opportunity and takes it, and that's exactly what you want to see from LumiMawcity. It's a great long clear pass, and Avid in the right position to make the shot there.
And Kiki's just in a really awkward situation there. They pushed a little bit too far forward, has to turn back on that ball. Almost gets the angle, and if Avid didn't touch it there, they would have had that save, but Avid recognizing the opportunity that they had for the save and shuts that down real quick, allowing LumiMawcity to get this 1-goal lead. Now we're going to have to see if they continue to push like we saw early in game number 2, or if they're going to go back to what we saw later in that game number 2. Start playing a little bit more passively. For LumiMawcity, you do not want to see that happen. Now Levi getting a demo on Hammer, leaving Kiki and Vezix in the back line. Airlock's going to try and play this slow, but Hammer already spawns back in and goes immediately for the challenge. Avid in a rough spot. Vezix with the shot, and it's going to be off the crossbar and in. Excellent shot from Black Bunny Gaming here.
Yeah, this is kind of stemming off of a little bit of a misposition from Avid to start with. Playing that really close to Airlux, and when that 50 goes a little bit long, has to kind of rush back with low boost, go on the backboard, and not really able to make a play on the ball or cut in to kind of help curt that offensive counterattack. But really for them, though, now we're only tied as a shot opportunity comes down. Of course, I curse it as Hammer gets a nice shot, and kind of a little bit of awkwardness here. We have people back on the defense for LumiMawcity. Just both players pushed a little bit too far forward. No one on that back post to take the save, and I think that's starting to hurt them a little bit more as Black Bunny Gaming is taking full advantage of some of these rotational mistakes that we've seen from LumiMawcity so far.
I'm thinking LumiMawcity might just not have had enough time to practice before this matchup, as they were dealing with some technical issues beforehand, getting into their match. It might just cause them a loss, but Levi not ready to go out just yet. Excellent touch. Vezix not the best save, going off the crossbar, pinging once again. And Levi, reading that ball perfectly, puts it into the back of the net, tying up this game. And LumiMawcity, as much as I say they're out, definitely not by any means. We said you cannot underestimate any of the teams in this league, and LumiMawcity is right up there with them. They're getting these comebacks and trying to find this game win. Now Avid going to have to scramble back here with midfield. Does save enough boost to get a touch on this ball. Kiki looking for the shot though. And this is where we wanted to see Kiki wake up, and they've done so in this excellent shot to give Black Bunny the lead once again.
Yeah, and that's so unfortunate. Again, I think there's just this a bit of awkwardness going on with this LumiMawcity team, as we saw the touch off the wall from LumiMawcity out of that corner was not that great. You know, definitely had enough boost to get a touch on it, but the touch only went as far as Vezix, and it's unfortunately going to lead to a goal for Black Bunny Gaming. 2 minutes is quite a bit of time. We definitely need to, I think, clean up some of the gameplay, some of the rotations that we've seen from them. We know that they can. We've seen them play a lot tighter than this. Have to kind of switch on and kind of lock in here. Fortunately for them, Levi is left alone on an island against 2 Black Bunny members, and we'll put them up 2, and this is just so unfortunate. No boost. There's not really much you can do there. Just kind of hope and pray, and it's not looking so good for them. In minute 49, they are down 2. It's not impossible. They'll need to be scoring as soon as possible if they want to have a chance in this series.
Parallax gonna try and find an opportunity, but Hammer just waiting back. Double commit though, as Kiki actually is gonna be the one that gets that save. Avid just playing this one a little bit farther back. Levi getting a demo on Hammer, and Vezix on Airlax, meaning that the LumiMawcity attack is not going to be able to come forward too far. Now, Hammer trying for another angle, and you give this ball to him anywhere on the field, and if he finds an opening, he's going to shoot at it. Almost getting that next goal again, taking Black Bunny up by 3. Unfortunately for them, Airlax will be in the way at the last second. Now Airlax trying to find a play on the Black Bunny net, but Hammer is just starting to play back, and with a minute left, that's all you really need to do for Black Bunny Gaming. You have the 2-goal lead. You just need to make sure that there's no tying coming up from LumiMawcity, and if you keep Hammer back, the chance of that is very likely.
Yeah, and I mean, especially hurting when you have that counterattack, factor. It's always a threat, and LumiMawcity trying for, you know, some of these passing plays, but unfortunately it just seems like the ball is just going in circles as they push the ball forward, but it's sent immediately back. And they've just been looping like that for the past minute. For them, that's rough, but if you're Black Bunny, you'd love to see that happen, as shot opportunity might have been there, but so quick, and again, it's not really anyone there to take that shot, and you know, we're down to the last 15 seconds here, and unfortunately for them, might not be enough time, but obviously with that goal going in, that does give them a little bit of hope.
You saw Avid accidentally missed an open net earlier. He's going to rectify that mistake here, get that third goal for LumiMawcity. But with 13 seconds left, they're going to need a goal right now if they want to tie this one up. Now, Airlax is going to be in the back, but Hammer is just going to clear this one. Airlax has to place in the corner. Not a lot of boost on the LumiMawcity side. Bezik's just going to challenge. Levi last back. Hammer keeps it high, and they're going to have to move the entire length of the field if they want to cause an OT. Now, Levi can't keep it up. It's going to be Black Bunny Gaming taking it in a sweep today.
Yeah, so unfortunate. Well played from Black Bunny. LumiMawcity definitely not look comfortable at all throughout that entire series. I'm sure they know that. So obviously for them, that's not the best that they've played, and I think they've got a lot of good things to come out of that thinking. You know, they obviously know they can play better than that, and you know, they're a good team, and they have played better. So we know they're capable of, I think, playing that a lot tighter. But you know, Black Bunny obviously has been on a tear this past few weeks, and they continue to have that momentum. They have been playing fantastic, and I don't think they're slowing down.
Yeah, I had to agree. They're looking absolutely destructive. I don't think that LumiMawcity are going to be too happy with that performance. Honestly, they probably did not play their best game. There were a lot of mistakes that we had noticed. A lot of a different play style than what we're used to seeing from the LumiMawcity squad. But, you know, if there's any team that's going to be able to take that and just look at it objectively, take their next week's game just on higher spirits there, it's going to be LumiMawcity. So they won't let that shake them up too much. They've got another match next week to prepare for, and they're probably just going to get straight to the grindstone for that. But for Black Bunny, they are on a tear, and that's very scary if you're, I'm sorry, my voice just cracked. But if you're X3 Tactics, that is scary for you, because Black Bunny just got their 6th win. And if you end up losing today, there's a good chance that that spot is going to be taken away from you here in the next couple of weeks if you cannot keep those wins consistent. And speaking of X3 Tactics, they are going to be playing in our next match, guys. So we're going to go to a little bit of a break. And when we get back here, guys, it's going to be Purrsion 1 versus X3 Tactics to see if X3 Tactics can come back from that defeat last week. Going to be a great match, guys. Stick around, and we'll be back with you shortly. Hello everyone, welcome on back to RFDL Week 8, Day 2. I am Ecliptic Fades. I'm joined here by Firestreak and Fire. We just watched Black Bunny Gaming take down LumiMawcity in a sweep, looking pretty dominant overall. Once again, a bit of a hammer show, but what else would we expect from Black Bunny Gaming?
I mean, yeah, the Hammer Show, that is what Black Bunny's mantra is. That is the Hammer Show. Hammer pops off all the time, and he did so once again. Now, that LumiMawcity squad, maybe just a little bit off in the rotations. Maybe they're not quite on the same wavelength today, but I have no doubt in my mind that they're going to bounce back really strong next week, so I'm sure they'll be fine. They're talking over the games right now, and I'm sure that they'll be perfectly fine going forward, but just maybe an off week for them.
Yeah, that happens to everybody, but we've got 3 more matches today, as we do have an extended day today, and our next one's going to be pretty good too. It's going to be Purrsion 1 versus X3 Tactics, and both these teams, once again, near the top of the standings, in first and third respectfully. Each of these guys looking to bounce back from a little bit of a devastating loss coming for each of the teams last week. X3 Tactics losing to Dignipaws in 5 with a dominant performance from Yuki, and Purrsion 1, I mean, I don't want to talk about what happened with Purrsion 1. Hello, Aerolax. Welcome on back to the desk. How are you doing?
Definitely a tough loss. Yeah. Honestly, blame the desk curse. Like, how dare you guys? Come on. No.
Wow.
No, honestly, BBG was definitely playing well. They were just countering all of our mistakes really, really well, and just hats off to them.
Yeah, they're playing really insanely well, and you know, as we say all the time, you give the ball to Hammer, Hammer gonna score. What you gonna do? It happens to everybody at least once, so I know you guys are gonna come back for your next week, but you're also facing me next week, so do me a favor and like same energy, like, please.
Okay, I see how it is.
No. I want to play you at your best.
Yeah. Also, like, interesting fact that I kind of only just realized, like, even though I played like half the season in Season 0, Hammer played, I believe, the full season, I think this is actually the first time in a league setting where me and Hammer have gone against each other.
Yeah, that is actually the truth. That is legitimately what's happened, which is interesting. And that also,
feels weird, yeah.
Yeah, how was playing Hammer for the first time?
Well, I've played him like a couple times, like non-league, but
right.
Like, the rumors are true. Hammer is indeed cracked.
Yeah.
And it was, yeah, I feel like really just the theme of that game for us was we just couldn't really get anything started. And like anytime we tried to like get a breakaway or something, someone from BDG was there to just say, no, this is our ball now.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like a tough game there, but I'm sure you guys will come back.
Yeah.
I know
Like,
you guys were
losses
talking about
happen,
the
it's okay.
results, so yeah,
Yeah.
no, I'm very excited to play you guys next week. And I mean, with that being said, we're gonna be same series record, so it's gonna be a very close match. I'm very excited for that. But I was starting to talk to Fire about our next match, Purrsion 1 versus X3 Tactics. And as I was saying, both of these teams dealing with a bit of a loss from last week, and wanting to come back from that. I'm very excited to see how these two teams are going to play.
I mean, I think X3 has definitely been like the most just consistent team in the league so far. They had a little bit of an off week last week, but overall they've looked really consistent, and I think it's kind of a polar opposite for Purrsion 1. They're either really on their game or they're really off their game. And there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of in between there. They've been a lot of shorter series, a lot of sweeps and 4-game series, and I mean, we need to see which side of Purrsion 1 we get this match.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely think it could be either or with Purrsion 1. We've seen them play insanely well, and then we've also seen them play on the other side of the spectrum where they've just had a few more mistakes than usual, a bit of double committing. We're definitely going to need to see them play perfect Rocket League today if they want to take down X3 Tactics. As you said, Fire, the most consistent roster that we have had yet so far, with a 74% win rate in their games. So they're going to be a tough one to beat. Arrow, what do you think Purrsion 1 needs to do today to take down X3 Tactics?
What does Purrsion 1 need to do? X3 Tactics is kind of terrifying to play against. Is there any like subs that have been made today?
Or
is it like full squads?
No. Full squads.
Full squads? Okay, X3 Purrsion. That's... I mean, I feel like the theme of playing X3 Tactics is just try and shut them down as much as possible, even though that is a very, very difficult task to do. But yeah, like I know Purrsion 1 definitely has it in them to take this, but it's definitely not going to come easy. That is for certain.
Yeah, I have to agree. And I mean, we saw Dignipaws do it. So if Dignipaws can do it, I'm sure any team can do it. You just have to, just play the ball right, and we'll see how it goes. But let's go ahead and start talking about these teams getting into this match. Let's talk about Purrsion 1. The contenders coming in third place in the league right now. It's going to be Hayes, Drake, and Sam. And they've been doing pretty well as of late, but as we have talked about, and as we will talk about for a little while, at least until after mid-season, that last week's match literally came down to the second. And unfortunately,
you're really not letting them live that down, huh? Wow.
What are you supposed to do?
Come
what
on,
are you
man.
supposed to do? I mean,
Let them walk it off,
tough.
jeez.
Well, you know what will let them walk them off? If they beat X3 Tactics today, that would be the best walk-off that I can
Okay,
imagine for them.
honestly fair. That is fair. That is fair.
No, here's the thing. If they win today, we can never mention that again. Because
That is
that's
fair.
completely water under the bridge at that point. So, I mean, here's the thing. This team, very solid roster, and even though it looks like they might be a little bit underranked, we saw over in the one of the group chats for ARLF that Sam is now sitting, at the end of last season, he was sitting GC1 Div 3. So in reality, they are a very competitive team, with 2 of their players being current GC1s and GC2. So I think they have a really solid roster. They can do a lot of good things, and if they show up and they are playing well, they are a very dangerous team. We'll just need to see if they're playing with their trolling mentality, or if they're playing with their we're going to take it to any team in the league mentality.
And Fire, you also mentioned rank, so I feel like I also have to mention as well that pretty much the entirety of X3, like pretty much right after the league started, just started popping off in ranked. Korup hitting SSL, which is an absolutely terrifying thing to say, I will admit. Shy hitting GC2, and then Rubai Brian hitting C2 as well. So every single member of that team is a rank higher than they are on that master sheet. However, that is like just a very new change. So like they haven't really, I guess, like fully established themselves in the rank, which makes it so it's a bit less terrifying for teams that go up against them, but it's still very terrifying.
Yeah, and I will say, when it comes to Purrsion 1, they did have an insane series last week against Purrsion Rebellion, which it does consist of a the same rank distribution. I think a higher rank distribution than X3 Tactics does in terms of just rank. So on paper, Purrsion 1, I think, has a great chance of taking this match. X3 Tactics has just been showing up in consistency, and that's where you really have to look at the two teams and figure out what we're exactly going to see. And let's talk about X3 Tactics going into this match. As you said, Aerolax, they've all ranked up since the league started. Shy going to GC2, Corrupt to SSL, Ruboy Brian to C2. They've been playing some of the best Rocket League that they have been recently, and it has been showing for this team, as they just seem to be everywhere on the field no matter what you do.
So, Faye, there's a couple things I want to say about this team. First of all, I think if I remember right, before last week, Shy was top 3 in goals per game. He got bumped down to only top 5. That shows if you disrupt the connection between Corrupt and Shy, this team is beatable. You just gotta be able to disrupt that connection between those two, and that's going to be the key for Purrsion 1 going into this match. Also, a little bit of a storyline that I quite like, that I didn't notice until recently, I haven't heard anyone else bring it up, is a little bit of RLCS lore. Last season, Corrupt was the manager of iBuy Fursuits, which was based off of the iBuy Power roster, and in RLCS, iBuy Power changed to Flipside Tactics. Now Corrupt is X3 Tactics. So, I mean, are they going to follow that same trend where they are a very strong team, just like Flipside it was? It seems like they are, and that just shows, it's just another kind of cool storyline to show how strong this team is, because they were going right in the footsteps of their team namesakes. So, it's great to see. They're a great team, and I love seeing them play.
Arrow, do you tell him or do I?
I think you should, yeah.
Fire. iBuy Power turned into G2, not Flipside.
Well,
Flipside is actually who
why
iBuy
didn't you
Power
tell me that
beat
before when I brought
in
that up?
season 1.
I didn't do anything. I don't know what you're talking about.
World Championship.
Wait, no, wait.
No.
Wait. I brought this up to Aerolax earlier in the week, and he was like, "Hold up, that's a storyline right there." So I blame Aerolax just as much as me.
No,
he could have corrected me.
Yeah,
I
but
was
can you
wrong, and I
blame-
did correct myself. You just weren't there.
And to be fair, can you blame Arrow?
Sad.
He's running off an Intel Atom. Like he probably
Wow.
just got his
plenty of
Wikipedia
chances to
pages
upgrade.
messed up for a second. Like, you know, you can't blame
He's,
him.
I blame him because he's had plenty of chances to upgrade that Intel Atom,
I have
but he's
no
been
idea what
too
you're talking
focused
about.
on downloading 3's rotations. So, you
But
know.
Yeah, that's fair.
I do appreciate that you tried to bring that sort of storyline in here, and if it did actually go that way, that would be absolutely crazy. Unfortunately,
Crazy.
just a couple of teams mixed up there. But that being said, X3 Tactics still looking like the best team that we've had so far in the league. However, a lot of teams are going to start catching up, and you gotta wonder what the result last week is going to do for that team. You saw that Dignipaws did figure out how to beat X3 Tactics, and now that they've figured it out, maybe Purrsion 1 might have went and looked back at the game. They might have looked at some of the replays that we have on ball chasing, tried to figure out exactly what Dignipaws did to shut down that X3 Tactics roster. And if they can replicate that, which I definitely think Purrsion 1 is capable of doing so, then X3 Tactics might have a tough match on their hands. And if they take a second loss here, then you're going to find Black Bunny Gaming right on your heels to take that first place spot. And that's going to be very, very scary looking into the next couple of weeks before midseason. But we are just waiting right now to get all of the players in the lobby, as it is time for their match to begin soon. And I'm very excited to see what these guys are going to do. But what are you guys looking most forward to in this match? Any star players to look out for, or any tactics that either of these teams can implement that you would be excited to see?
I mean, obviously you gotta watch out for that passing lane between Korup and Shy. That one's definitely going to be a difficult one for Purrsion 1 to go up against, and if they're not able to shut that down, then I feel like X3 as a whole is just gonna absolutely pop off.
So the weird thing that I find is they are very similar to Dignipaws. X3 is very similar to Dignipaws in terms of on paper how their ranking should work. You have the higher ranked GC3 player who's really strong in the air, really good aerial mechanics, and then you have a either GC2 or GC1 that has really strong ground mechanics. So that's definitely always threatening. But from that Purrsion 1 side, I'm going to be looking squarely at Sam. I want to see if he can be a little bit stronger rotationally, maybe fitting into those rotations that Purrsion 1 established with the Golden a little bit better than what I have seen him do up to now. And if he's able to do that, they are going to be a force to be reckoned with. But we'll just need to see if he's able to do that, and if he's able to replicate that early season presence that Purrsion 1 seemed to have.
Yeah, I have to agree. Sorry. Were you about to say something, Aaron?
I don't have anything to say, really.
Okay, well, all I have to say is that we are getting ready to get this match going, and I'm very excited to start this one as soon as possible. And besides that, Fire, what were your predictions?
Yeah, the predictions for this one may, according to the last game, also have cursed the team, because we had a full desk sweep and everyone was actually able to predict on this one, so it's even more so a potential caster curse, because everyone chose X3. And Daki is the only one that had this go into a 5-game series, so most of the desks saw X3 winning this in fairly convincing fashion. So we'll need to see if Purrsion 1 is able to at least keep it close, or if that caster curse is going to rear its ugly head once again. So yeah, I mean, if LumiMawcity has anything to say about it, I'm sure they would agree that the caster curse is real and that it has the potential to potentially affect the outcome of this series.
Well, there's not much more we can do with speculating. Let's let these guys hit the field and see what they got to say for themselves. It's time for the second match of the day, guys. We're going to see if Purrsion 1 can take a victory, if X3 Tactics can take a victory, and how many crossbar pings it's going to take to get there. Fire and Arrow, have fun in this match, guys.
Thank you, thank you. As we get into this match. Nope, I'm taking
go ahead,
it.
Arrow. Go for
it. As we just kind of wait here. There we go. We have the start. Purrsion 1 versus X3 Tactics. X3 Tactics coming off of their first loss for last week, whereas Purrsion 1 looking to come back from their loss from last week. We're going to have to see which team can get the win this one and turn their luck around, as we're starting to see already just a little bit of back and forth both teams kind of trying to figure out just, I guess, how each team really plays. As Drake gonna put this one mid, Corp gonna slam this one away. And Purrsion 1 on the defensive half already. Playing it slow here. Sam passing mid, but no one is there. Has to dive for this. Corp gets the fake, gets it over, but Drake going to be there to cut that one off. Purrsion 1 already doing very well to cut off the shot opportunities from X3 Tactics. And getting a shot of their own, but Drake off the bar. And I believe that's going to be another crossbar ping to add to the total.
Yeah, and we're hoping to see a lot of those in this matchup, because those are always fun. Great new feature in Rocket League. But yeah, Purrsion 1 ending up on their own half of the field pretty often this game, and I'm seeing them be a little bit low on boost at times. They seem to be having a little bit of a struggle on holding on to their boost, so they're going to want to improve that if they want to stay in this match with this high-powered X3 offense. Now, we're seeing Corrupt taking it to the air, trying to go for the corner wall redirect, but he's unable to put it on. That is very close, and he is absolutely a player that can strike that home, as we just saw. He is really close there, and now he gets the waterfall bounce off the backboard, just dropping right in front of the Purrsion 1 net, and that's going to put them up by 1.
And that is very, very well played from Corrupt as well. Just putting that over every single player, making sure that none of them can get to it, and just slamming that one home. Purrsion 1 gonna want to answer this. Hayes puts it up high. Shy has to get a touch over to the corner. And Hayes not turning for that. Very interesting. Purrsion 1 not really keeping up the pressure there, and that's going to allow X3 Tactics to get this around the other side. And a bit of a double commit, but Purrsion 1 able to get out of that completely safe. It's now on the X3 Tactics side. Drake trying to get this one mid. Corp going to be up for that. Gets a 50 as well. That's going to allow Ruboy Brian to slam this one down. Corp tries for the redirect. It's going to be off the backboard, and Shy is trying to keep control. Another double commit there. Hayes and Drake both getting 50s. Sam going to be up for this. Beating out one. Corrupt has to get a touch and doesn't. Drake tries to put that under, but Corrupt just right in the perfect position to get that and another touch as well. Keeping that away and keeping that X3 Tactics goal in their favor.
Yeah, that's a really good play by, it's a really good attempt by Purrsion 1, I should say, because they are getting a little bit of pressure here, but they aren't quite holding it as much as I would want to see them do. We'll need to see if they're able to just hold that pressure for those couple seconds longer to enable them to put one in the net here. Now we see Sam getting a 50 with Brian. That's going to be a neutral 50, which is going to drop to Hayes. Hayes almost gets that on, but that's just off. That might be another crossbar ping.
There it is.
But eventually, Hayes is able to get the second attempt on that and put that one home for Purrsion 1. Great play by them to be able to even out this game with 2 minutes left.
Yeah, and with 2 minutes left, still plenty of time to score some more goals for both teams. And Purrsion 1 getting that one to tie the game back up already. Sam looking to get another one, gets it under Rue. And Corrupt just trying to get that one out. Drake gets a dunk, but no one from Purrsion 1 really in a good position here. A bump on Ruboy Brian, but no one else from Purrsion 1 up for that. And I feel like Purrsion 1 on this offensive side isn't really trusting each other as much as they really should be, and that's allowing X3 Tactics to get out of a lot of dangerous opportunities. But now, going off into the Purrsion 1's half, Corrupt gonna try for a play here, doesn't have enough boost to follow this, gets a 50 out to the midfield. Ruboy Brian is there. That's just going to pinch off the corner. And Shy making this a bit dangerous, as we have Purrsion 1 still scrambling on defense here. A great touch over to the corner. That's going to buy them a lot of time as we hit 1 minute remaining. The 50 on Corrupt. It's going to ring out as Hayes tries to go up for the Shy with a corner double of their own, but isn't quite able to get it. And Corrupt has to get a crucial save over to the corner. And Purrsion 1 finally out of their defensive half.
Yeah, X3 has definitely been on the offensive half quite a bit more than Purrsion 1 in this one, but we'll need to see if X3 is able to take advantage of those positions. They weren't quite able to right there, as we see Shy trying to take it back on the Purrsion 1 half, but he's unable to secure that possession, and that's going to put it right back in the X3 Tactics half of the field. That's a potential shot, just a bit off the mark. Now we're seeing Corrupt getting that forward. He's going to try to get a 50 into the Purrsion 1 half, but that's just going to give the ball to Drake. Drake trying to center it. That's a good clear to the side, but Hayes trying to put one on target. He gets it on target, but Shy is there for the save. Corrupt taking it through the air. This is a dangerous position. Drake needs to get the 50, and they let it drop down. That's going to take this one to overtime in game 1 of this series. And that's a good kickoff for Purrsion 1. That's going to be a dribble opportunity, but Hayes does not get it off his car soon enough. Sam committing his last man, and there might be an opportunity for a quick counter, but Drake gets back just fast enough. Hayes trying to play that forward, but that's going to be an open net opportunity.
Oh, what a save.
Shy puts it just far enough to the left to allow Sam to get that save. And we're seeing a lot of pressure from both teams in this one so far in overtime. We're going to need to see who strikes first, because it just seems inevitable at this point.
Indeed it does, and we're going to have to see which defense cracks under the pressure first. As Purrsion 1 once again on defense, a bump on Hayes, but Sam able to put that one over to the side. Corrupt going to be on this, but a 50 with Drake is just going to kill that ball. Rue challenging that one out. Once again, Purrsion 1 just on their defensive half so much, but they're able to keep that ball out of their net for so long here. But another shot, Drake with a crucial touch, and that's going to completely throw the momentum the other way around. Purrsion 1 now on offense. Hayes trying to drop this one down. Korup with a crucial touch. Drake keeping that one dangerous. Sam keeping the possession. Drake with a shot, but Ruboy Brian's going to be able to put that one away. And now X3 Tactics on the offensive half once again. Sam getting a 50. Korup just going to take control of this off the side, going for the pinch. Now it's going to be rocketing off the backboard here. Shy might be able to get that, gets it under, and Shy able to put that one in for X3 Tactics off of a fantastic pinch from Korup.
And that last minute of the match just shows exactly what X3 Tactics likes to do in terms of play style. It looked like Purrsion 1 might have had a breakaway there, but Brian is just back to control the ball, slow the game down to allow the other two to get back. Then as soon as they are able to get possession, we saw X3 immediately with the pinch from Krupp, which drops it down to Shy to get an easy goal for Shy. That is exactly how they want to play, and right now they are playing the game on their terms. And if Purrsion 1 wants to take this series, they're going to need to disrupt that.
Yeah, they definitely will have to, but that was a fantastic game played from both teams. Very, very close. Going to overtime in game 1, and honestly, just that fact alone, but continuing with that, as well as just kind of just the play style of both of these teams, I feel like this is going to be a very, very close match overall. And I believe it was Docky that said it was going to game 5. I think I'm starting to think that they were right, because this is just so close already.
Yeah, it's definitely a back and forth matchup so far, and we're hoping to see a bit more of that, because we always like seeing these matches go down to the wire. And I mean, maybe a 5-game all overtime series. By the way they're playing, it looks like that might be possible. So hopefully we see a lot more really close games that are coming out in this series. And I mean, there's been a lot of one-sided series so far this week, and maybe this is the one that ends up turning the tide as we head in to Game 2. X3
I really
Tactics.
hope it is.
Yes, absolutely. And we're seeing Purrsion 1 getting some early offense here as Sam goes for the ceiling shot, unable to connect with it as well as I'm sure he wanted to, though. We see Sam staying on the ball. He tries to get a 50, but that's going to end up getting chipped over both him and Hayes.
Oh!
Even the 1v1, but that's a fantastic save by Drake to put that one out, keep that one out of the net for his team. And we're seeing back and forth already in this game era, which is what we've seen in Game 1 as well.
Indeed we did, but Purrsion 1 already seeming to have just that little bit more pressure on offense, which is fantastic to see. as it really felt like Purrsion 1 was kind of just stuck on their defensive half for most of that first game. Now X3 Tactics having to make those saves that Purrsion 1 was getting. Shy putting that one off to the corner, but Drake gonna be there. Gets a great touch, but isn't quite able to challenge this. Gets a touch off of Korup's touch. Tries to get it under, but isn't quite able to put that one round. But Sam going to be there. It's going to be off the post. And Hayes just isn't quite able to get that by Korup. And that might have been a fantastic opportunity from Purrsion 1 that they just weren't able to capitalize on. But they're not out of it yet. X3 Tactics still scrambling on defense here. Drake trying to get that one down. And Ruboy Brian with a crucial touch to block that shot. And another save. That is absolutely fantastic defense from Ruboy Brian to keep this game tied.
Brian, the stalwart on defense that we know him to be, but that's an unfortunate shot that Hayes is able to clear out. And X3 is just a bit overcommitted there. We see Shy kind of creeping up just a bit too close down the field, maybe trying to get a little bit too aggressive, a little bit too quick with the follow-up. And that's going to allow for a big clear to lead to a goal in Purrsion 1 favor. Great play by Purrsion 1 to have the awareness to just clear that down the field. Now we see Shy going for the aerial play, unable to get that past the first line of defense, but it's just going to fall to Korup, who gets the musty flick. Fantastic play by Korup to put that one in the back of the net and bring X3 to an even series already. This game is back and forth, and we're hoping to see more of that.
And that is a fantastic play from Korup as well. Just those musty flicks are really, really hard to get good ones. And while it definitely wasn't a rocket, it was more than enough to get past that Purrsion 1 defense. And I know X3 Tactics definitely going to be happy with that one, tying that game up. But now back on defense, Shy able to get a breakaway here, tries for the reset, gets it almost past Hayes, gets 2 bumps, but no one from X3 Tactics there. Now a bit dangerous, as that is going to nearly be an own goal. Drake is going to slot that one home. And that is so very unfortunate. We saw Shy there just kind of rotating through the play and just gets 2 unfortunate touches, and Purrsion 1 just able to capitalize so very well on that.
Yeah, that's a great pressure by Purrsion 1. Just an unfortunate play by Shy to kind of put his team in an awkward spot on that one. But if there's anyone who's going to be able to come back quick from that, it's going to be Shy. Shy with a great amount of confidence that allows him to not really get phased by mistakes like that. We saw it the other week where he came back really quickly and had a fantastic goal after a little bit of awkward defensive positioning, like in that play. Now we see Shy trying to put that one on potentially. He's going to have a shot, but he's unable to put that one home. Korup dropping it back for Brian. Brian trying to put it on, but that's not hard enough. So that's just a little bit not what they were looking for in that one. And we're seeing Purrsion 1 being able to get on the offensive side of the field once again. Brian able to clear it out though. And once again, we're seeing just a lot of a little bit of a ping pong type play here, as we see kind of both teams just ping the ball back and forth to each other. No one able to get clear possession on the ball.
Yeah, however, Purrsion 1 able to play this slow here. X3 Tactics going to cut that one off very quickly. Oh, a bit of an unfortunate touch. Sam going to be up for this, tries for the double, isn't able to get it, but Drake going to be there to finish, and Korup nearly saving that one away, but Purrsion 1 just keeping up that pressure, and that fantastic touch from Sam, getting past 2 defenders, and oh, that was such a close save, but X3 Tactics just not quite able to get out of that, and Purrsion 1 going to gladly take that, giving their goal differential up by 2, as Drake going to try and power that through. Korup gets an interesting touch over to the corner, and that's going to definitely be crucial for them. Ruboy Brian slamming that one away, but Drake just going to be so far back, clearing that one up, and that one's going to be dangerous, but Shy with a crucial touch off the backboard, and that's going to allow X3 Tactics to possibly turn this one around. And oh, what a great save from Shy to keep them in this game.
Yeah, I do want to go back for a moment just to give a little bit of credit where it's due. That was a fantastic double by Sam to be able to get Purrsion 1 up. But I mean, I guess Shy just doesn't want me to acknowledge it, because Shy just puts one in the back of the net right there. And I mean, that's a great play by Shy to just be able to bring his team back within striking distance. Now we see a favorable kickoff for X3. We'll need to see if Purrsion 1's able to clear it out, and they're able to do so very well on that one. Able to give themselves a little bit of room to breathe, a little bit of an awkward rotation though, and Sam's going to need to clear that out, and he clears it to the perfect spot to be able to give his team possession on the other side of the field. Now we see Corrupt trying to go to the ceiling for a clear, but he's unable to get it out quite effectively, and it's just going to kind of be bottled up in the midfield. Now we see Shy going up to the air, trying to get control, and Drake is going to need to clear that one away. Brian stalling that in the midfield. Sam is going to clear that down to Drake. Drake back to Sam. Sam is going to try to put that one on, but Krupp is there for the save. Pressure still holding for Purrsion 1. Drake trying to get a shot on. It's going to get an awkward position for Shy, but Brian is going to clear that to the side. Shy is going to try to play this one in the air, trying to get it down the field. Purrsion 1 just needs to down it, and that's a fantastic down by Sam to close out that game for Purrsion 1. Great play by Purrsion 1 in that game, and I think they were really able to pick up their game in that match to be able to bring themselves a win in that one.
Oh, I completely agree. They just, it felt like they just completely just switched the momentum there. That was so very good from them. And yeah, as you were saying, like Purrsion 1 just really just turning up the heat on X3 Tactics. And that's exactly what you want to see from them, because it really felt like they weren't on their defensive half as much in this game, and that's definitely what you want to see from them if they're going to take this series.
It definitely is, and I mean, just a little bit of now that I'm going to, Shy isn't going to be shutting me off, that play by Sam to get the double to drop it down for his team is exactly what I want to see from Sam. That musty was disgusting by Corrupt, but I think it was either this goal, no, this was the unfortunate play by Shy, but this play right here, that's a fantastic double by Sam, and then the double commit is just going to allow for a great pressure-oriented goal for Purrsion 1, and that's exactly what I want to see them do, because when they're able to do that, they are so effective on that offensive side of the ball. And that's exactly what I want to see them do going forward in this series, because they're able to keep that up, they will take this series. So we'll need to see if they're able to keep doing that as we go into the next game here in a moment. And yeah, I mean, great performance by Purrsion 1 in that last match, because they earned that one.
Yeah, they definitely did earn that one. That was just so very well played from them. But we're going to have to see if they can keep up that momentum, or if X3 Tactics can swing that momentum back in their favor, because with this game 3, whoever wins it is going to be on double match point, which is definitely going to be dangerous. And X3 Tactics looking to take that, as Cora very quickly going to put a shot just directly on target, and that is a fantastic shot to start the game.
Yeah, that's really well placed by Corrupt, just putting it towards the back of the car of where Hayes was facing, which is just going to leave Hayes a bit awkward on that play, which is just unfortunate for Purrsion 1, but it's really early in the game. They have plenty of time to bring this game back to an even match, as we see Drake trying to put that one high. Brian opting for the squishy save, and that's a fantastic save by Brian to keep his team in the lead in this game. Now we're seeing the corner read from Corrupt there. And that's just a really good play by Corrupt to redirect that to the corner, put it in the middle of the field, and Shy is just going to be there to finish that one. And you got to disrupt that if you're Purrsion 1, if you want to be able to bring this series back in your control.
Yeah, but that is a fantastic play from them. Like, you just got to give credit to that. That is just so very well played from Corrupt, just slamming that one into a dangerous position in the midfield. And that's going to put them up by 2, not even a minute into this third game. And we're just going to have to see if they can keep up that momentum, as Purrsion 1 on the offensive side, Ruboy Brian with a crucial touch. And Drake going to try and put this one into a dangerous spot. Shy going to be up for that. Drake trying to pass this one back, just keeping possession for Purrsion 1, but then a shot forward from X3 Tactics. That dangerous, a fantastic touch from Hayes there. Just gonna have to see if Purrsion 1 can keep up their defense as they have in this game 1 and game 2. But X3 Tactics right now with the goal advantage. He's going to look for another one. The bump comes out, but Drake able to just cover for his teammate there. Very, very well done. Sam with another touch round. Has Rude Boy Brian coming for the demo, but isn't quite able to get it. And a crucial touch over there. My goodness, this is looking so back and forth, and I feel like one of these defenses is going to crack, but I just cannot tell which one.
I mean, Purrsion 1 definitely... X3 is going to be very comfortable sitting back right now and just playing defense. They're up by 2. They really don't need any more goals. They can play a bit more passively. Purrsion 1, on the other hand, needs to press the issue. They got to be pressing this forward, because in threes, it's not so easy to bring the game back if you leave it to the late game. And now we see, you know, they're just unable to keep that possession right there, which is going to give Kurup another solo play going forward, which you don't want to allow him to do. Now we see Drake trying to get it around Shy. He's able to do so, but that is an insanely just unfortunate bounce for Purrsion 1. But Sam going for the Doomsy. Kurup is going to be in the perfect position to tip that one away. And that's just fantastic defense by X3 to be able to put that one out of their net, because Sam had a really good attempt. Now Sam, keeping pressure, he's going to try to get that to the middle. Unable to do so, though, gets bottled up in the corner, and Shy is able to get a good clear. Hayes is going to need to play that to their corner. And once again, we're just seeing a little bit of a back and forth. No team really showing any cracks on the defensive side, and that's going to leave this one at 2-0 in X3 Tactics' favor as we head into the final 2 minutes of this game.
Yeah, and you said it right there, Fire. Just no real advantage for either team, and that's going to be working very well in X3 Tactics' favor, as that shot is so close. Sam putting a fantastic shot on net, but Kurup just going to be there right on the goal line to keep that one out. But Purrsion 1 still keeping up the pressure. Kurup getting a fantastic touch. Sam going to have to take this one all the way back. That is, ooh, that was very close, but Drake able to keep that one away. Now Hayes taking this one up. Doesn't quite get the launch that they want to. Gets it past one of the defenders, though. This is going to leave X3 Tactics scrambling for a bit, as Kurup going to miss that touch. Sam with the shot down, but Shy going to be there. And Kurup going to be able to follow that up. 1 minute remaining. And X3 Tactics still keeping their goal lead. And it's starting to look a little bit dire for Purrsion 1 in this game 3.
And that's not to say that Purrsion 1 hasn't been showing a lot of pressure, as we see
There
once
it is.
again this time. Hayes putting that one home, and they needed that one. That's just a really good setup by Drake. Maybe a crossbar ping right there, as he's able to drop it down to Hayes, and Hayes is going to finish that more often than not. So it's a fantastic play by Purrsion 1 to keep themselves in that game. And I mean, Purrsion 1, they're showing some life late in this game. They've had a lot of offensive opportunities. Sam is really laying on the pressure, which is exactly what you want to see out of Sam. As they get a little bit awkward here, they're going to need somebody to step up, and Sam is able to carry so much weight on this team. We love to see it if you're a Purrsion 1 fan. And now we see Hayes maybe missing the reset on that one. Might have got a little bit scammed out of that reset, as we see the Purrsion 1 need to take that back to their own half. Sam is a little bit awkward on this ball, but Hayes is going to be able to put it in a better position for Sam. Sam trying to get the ceiling touch. He's unable to do so. 5 seconds left in this match. They're going to need to keep it up if they want to climb their way back into this game. And they're just able to get the save. Fantastic save by Hayes. And X3 is going to do their best to drop this one. It's still up, though. Brian trying to spike it down. Hayes keeping it alive. But that one's going to drop, and it's going to go in X3 Tactics' favor, as they're now on double match point, wanting to close this one out in 4, but we'll need to see if Purrsion 1 is able to extend this series further.
And that ending touch was just I feel like we all know that feeling where you're down by 1 with 0 seconds. You want to just hit it off of just that corner wall, but it just doesn't go up at all, and just you got to be feeling for them there. But X3 Tactics just really put on the pressure really quick in that game, but Purrsion 1 just able to adapt to that really quick. And able to get one goal back, but just wasn't quite able to get that second one. But once again, very, very well played from both teams. And with the adaptation from Purrsion 1 in that game, I feel that this next game is definitely going to go in their favor.
Yeah, I definitely feel the same way. They seem to have a lot of momentum right towards the end of the game, and I mean, I'm going to be honest in that one. I saw Sam playing really well, and if he's able to keep playing like that, eventually one of those is going to drop in the net for him. So credit where it's due, he's playing really well. It just seems like Corrupt is the bane of his existence, always being in the perfect position to just play that away. So we'll need to see if they're able to keep up that pressure, and Purrsion 1's going to need to if they want to get their way back in this series. Now we see an early challenge on the Purrsion 1 half. It seems like X3 Tactics is going to have a bit of pressure early on in this, and now we're kind of seeing a game of chicken ring out between Drake and Kurup, as Kurup is able to get the better of that one and is able to clear it away. Now we see a dangerous position, but no one from X3 Tactics is in a position to put that away, and we're seeing a little bit of a kind of a bit more passive play from both of these teams. I've seen a lot of these opportunities falling towards the middle of the field as Sam tries to put it on. It's not able to, and a little bit of an overcommit, a double commit there on the Purrsion 1 half, which is going to allow Brian to clear that away and put another goal in his name. That's a good awareness play by Brian to see that Purrsion 1 was a bit overcommitted on that one and to put that one home. X3 up by 1.
And that was very, very well played from them there. Just seeing that was open, and Hayes pretty much going to do the exact same thing, just seeing that the goal is open and just slotting that one home. And that is really unfortunate for X3 Tactics, honestly. Just I believe Korup just turning right, just predicting that it would go that way, and it just happened to not go that way. But Purrsion 1 definitely going to be happy with that, as Sam going to pop this one up to Drake. Drake getting it over, goes for the double and is able to get it, and in just a couple seconds, Purrsion 1 has gone from a 1-goal deficit to a 1-goal lead. Very, very well played from them.
What can we say? I mean, Purrsion 1, when they are clicking on offense, they are lethal. And that's exactly what you want to see if you're a Purrsion 1 fan. Their offense is on point right now. And we're seeing X3 maybe end up a bit overcommitted in a couple of these situations. And I mean, Purrsion 1 looking confident despite being down in the series right now. Now we see Hayes getting the 50 in the midfield. He's going to try to play this off the wall. He's able to get it by Brian, but Brian forces the ball off of him nonetheless. Now we see Shy maybe getting a pass up to Krupp. Krupp is going to go for the double. Is unable to get the read though, and Shy is a bit too awkward to get the shot. Brian gets the shot on net, but he's not able to finish it, and now we see Purrsion 1 trying to get possession, as we see Drake opting for a fake, but no one's there to follow it up. Now we see Shy trying to put that on, but Sam is going to be there to play to the corner. A little bit of a double commit from Drake and Hayes, as Drake tries to play it down the field. Krupp opts to stay in his defensive half, gets dunked, but Shy is there for the save. Fantastic save by Shy. And now we're seeing a bit of a back and forth. We're not seeing any team have any clear advantage, just ping-ponging back and forth. But as I say that, Shy is able to strike that one into the bottom corner. Well placed by Shy to put this team back to an even match as we head into the final 3 minutes of this game.
And we've been saying it before, 3 minutes, plenty of Rocket League still to be played. But this is especially dangerous for Purrsion 1, as X3 Tactics just needs one more goal to possibly secure this win in this series. So Purrsion 1 definitely going to have to play this a little bit safer, whereas X3 Tactics is definitely going to be putting on the pressure, as a bump nearly gets put on Hayes. Able to dodge it very well. Korup turning this one back downfield. Sam not quite getting the touch. Drake going to take this one instead. And a little bit of a musty flick there. Able to get that one through, but Shy able to put that one around. And a bit of a double commit on X3 Tactics side. Sam going to put that one mid, but Hayes just a bit low. But Drake going to be there. Sam trying for the double here. Doesn't have enough boost to follow this. It's going to allow Shy to turn this one around. And once again, another double commit from Purrsion 1. And it's starting to feel like they're panicking just that little bit too much on this offensive side. And they're going to have to try and just get rid of those nerves as much as possible as we go into these last 2 minutes, because, as I said, one more goal might spell the end for them, but one more goal might also put them in Game 5. Purrsion 1 very close to that. That one's also on, but Shy able to keep that one out. And a fantastic defensive showcase from X3 Tactics, able to keep this goal lead by 0. And Purrsion 1 just once again scrambling on this offensive side, trying to find anything to put them into Game 5.
I mean, Purrsion 1 has had really solid pressure for the last minute or so, and that's exactly the game they want to play. As we see Hayes getting a 50, it's not going to quite be favorable for him, as Drake is going to need to flick this across the field. Drake trying to get the 50, but Shy is going to get the better of that one. Shy has a play on the ground, and he's unable to capitalize on it. As we see Corrupt just kind of staying behind that one while turtling, which is a bit of an interesting position by him. But Shy is able to get the save on their own half, and Brian getting the follow-up save. Now we see Corrupt getting a reset. He's going to opt to use it for a wave dash, and X3 is getting some pressures. Finally been able to relieve the pressure as we head into the final minute of this match, still all tied up. Now we see Shy trying to play it out of his own corner. He's going to be able to get the touch forward, and Hayes is going to play that one high. Hayes going for the shot. That's going to be a little bit of an awkward position. A double commit by X3 and a demo ringing out. They're going to want to put one in now, but they're unable to get the pressure they need to finish that great setup by Purrsion 1. Now we see Corrupt getting the 50, and once again we're seeing a bit of pressure from Purrsion 1, but that's going to be cleared out. Now we're seeing Sam play it into his own corner. He gets a little bit awkward with the recovery, and it's going to dribble out in front of the Purrsion 1 net. And maybe a little bit of panic by Purrsion 1 there. A little bit of an awkward recovery by Sam, combined with a little bit of a rush play by Drake there. And that's going to allow Shy to just kind of poke that in front of the net and put X3 up by 1 late in this match.
Oh man, and Purrsion 1 definitely going to be scrambling these last couple seconds, just trying to find a goal to answer back. But oh my goodness, that was so close. It's still not out. Wait, Hayes with a long shot. It's not on quite yet. Rude Boy Brian has to get a touch. Now it's going to be up. Oh no! That was so close, but just rocketing in front of the X3 Tactics net, and no one quite able to read that in time. And X3 Tactics able to take that game in 4, and just very, very well played from them. But oh man, that was so close right at the end there. My goodness.
I mean, yeah, that's a great series by both teams. I mean, hats off to Purrsion 1. They fought well in that game, or in that series, but just unable to close out those games. And yeah, I mean, what can you say? That's just a really good performance by X3. But yeah, I mean, Purrsion 1 should not be down about their performance. They played really well in that series, and I think they showed up well. So really well played by them, and I mean, they should not be disappointed as they go back into the replays to figure out what went wrong in those series.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, they played absolutely stellar, but once again, it's X3 that you're going up against. Like, it's obviously definitely not going to be an easy play at all. Like, it's definitely not going to be an easy game, and X3 just, once again, kind of just showing why they're the top of the league, just able to really just put on the pressure on that Purrsion 1 side. And while they definitely had a lot of fantastic saves, every defense, no matter how good, is eventually going to crack under that much pressure.
Yeah, definitely a lot of pressure from both teams, and I mean, I was seeing a lot from Purrsion 1 where Sam was getting a ton of pressure on that X3 net, and just no one was there in the midfield ready to follow it up. So I think that's something they can take away. They were really close in a lot of situations, but yeah, they have some things that they can get better at, as we're seeing in the chat. There's definitely a sense of confidence from Purrsion 1 after that matchup, which is exactly what you want to see. So yeah, they well played by both teams, but we can't harp on this match for too long. We're going to need to move on to our next match, which is BDS versus OwOptic, and that's sure to be a thriller as we head into the next game in this this showcase today. So yeah, we'll see you guys after the break, and yeah, see you guys after that.
See you then.
All I seek to find is a world that's mine. Need a place to hide. Will you free my mind? Following the lights of a world that's bright. In your eyes I see there's a place for me. All I seek to find is a world that's mine. Need a place to hide. Will you free my mind? Following the lights of a world that's bright. In your eyes I see there's a place for me.
breaks my heart. Don't wanna feel your touch like ice, tracing all my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us so, baby. Every piece keeps us together in the core. I break you break me, holding our love in chains of gold. I break you break me, holding our love in chains of frozen in my dream. I can't escape the thoughts of you if I try to leave. When I'm with you, I can't move. It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you break me, but something about it makes us whole, baby. Every piece keeps us together in the core. I break you break me, holding our love in chains of gold. I break you break me, holding our love in chains of gold. Into the night, the city lights are dancing, slowly falling apart. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm wishing upon a star. This time I'm feeling stronger, and I know I can do better. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the lights on. Open your eyes and see the people chanting, slowly falling apart. The silence causing an earthquake. I'm wishing upon a star. This time I'm feeling higher.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the RFDL Week 8, Day 2. I am Ecliptic Fades. I'm joined by Aeroax. And Aeroax, that was quite a series that we just got to see there. Purrsion 1 was putting out a great fight against X3 Tactics. Unfortunately, not able to push it all the way to a Game 5, but I think that it could have got there with just a few more things going right for Purrsion 1. And they're looking like a strong team again. I can't wait to see what they come up with next week.
Yeah, I completely agree that they were honestly playing very, very well in that series, but like I said it before, I'll say it again. It's X3 you're going up against. It's definitely going to be a difficult matchup, and X3 showed why. They were playing very, very well, and Purrsion 1 playing very well in their own regard, but just sadly not able to take that win.
And that being said, I'm checking the standings right now just to make sure. But I think with that win, I think X3 Tactics only needs one more win in this part of league play to guarantee a top 4 at the mid-season, even if they lost the remaining games. In fact, I think that that's probably the case already. That they're guaranteeing top 4, as they're going to have 7 wins and 1 loss with only 3 weeks left before midseason. So it's more than likely, if not guaranteed, that they will be making it to that top 4 performance, which gives them a bye in the first round.
So you mean to tell me that they Braziled the league? Okay, well.
Oh
anyway.
yeah, they did. Huh. Didn't really think about that.
That hurts. That hurts.
So now you have to wonder if the loss last week was the you know how when you're 6-0 and you're like, well, we're gonna Brazil, let's make sure we actually Brazil, and we just take the 1. I don't think X3 ever took it like that. No, you can't. You can never say that. Dignipaws played out of their mind last week, and I'm sure X3 would love to be 8-0 right now. So,
I mean, I feel like every team would like that.
Oh yeah, every team would love that. But they will be 7-1. They're looking really good. But enough about X3 Tactics. Let's talk about our next match on the horizon here. Our 3rd out of our 4 matches today. It's gonna be Big Dragon Squad versus OwOptic Gaming, and both of these guys are even. Sorry, my voice needs to be cleared. They're even in record. They're even in game differential, and it's only a 5-goal differential from Big Dragon Squad, allowing them that 4th place spot over OwOptic Gaming. So this match in particular is going to mean so much for standings going into mid-season, as that 4th place spot and even that 3rd place spot right now are going to be highly contested going into these next few weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. And those spots, as you said, definitely going to be contested, because that is a very, very useful thing to have. Because going into mid-season, those top four seeds get a bye, so they're going to be immediately starting a game ahead of the rest of the pack, which is definitely very, very useful for them.
Yeah, I have to agree. And I mean, like, you always want to see a bye in the mid-season, because that just gets you one step closer to that grand finals. And of course, as we like to talk about, the winner of mid-season not only are going to be getting those new vertical player cards that we showed off during the podcast this last weekend, or this last Wednesday, I should say, but they also get an instant bye into the playoffs. So even if they show up at the end of the league in that 9th through 12th spot, they will knock out the 8th place competitor in the leaderboard to take their spot in the playoffs, and that is huge, especially with the league being so close. You could see Twisted Tails win it all in mid-season, and then even if they still show up like bottom of the leaderboard or in that top bottom 4, they'll knock somebody out, and that just makes the road to playoffs so much harder for every other team competing.
Yeah, it does, and just I feel like obviously last season, I think if I recall correctly, that mid-season win went to the team that eventually won it all, and even though they were still like playing out of their mind for the rest of the league play, that kind of just goes to show how important that can be, because just getting that win, it's just an immediate ticket into playoffs. And like I feel like the example of Twisted Tails is honestly the perfect example, because they've had a unfortunate showing, to say the least, in this first half, really. But now that they've had just a complete roster switch, like it's kind of starting them at a disadvantage. But if they're able to get that win, I feel like that puts them at a fantastic, in a fantastic position, because from then on they don't really have to worry about just winning series after series to claw their way back in, because they already have that ticket. They can kind of just work on the team as a whole to be as strong as possible going into that playoffs.
Yeah, for sure. But to get to the mid-season tournament first, we're going to have to get through this match and see exactly which one of these teams is going to take it. And this match is going to have a little bit of a shakeup today, as we do have a last-minute sub coming in for one of these teams. Let's go ahead and talk about the teams coming into this. Let's start with OwOptic Gaming. You guys know him. You guys love him. Daki, constantly on here talking about how good his team is. T-Park, Daki, and Gala are going to be on that roster, and they've been looking really good lately. What was their last result? I believe they took a win against Twisted Tails. So, they're coming in with a little bit of momentum. They're coming in happy with how their rotations are looking. Hopefully they've had some time to practice, and they're going to show up very quickly against this BDS squad, a very aggro team on the offensive side. Very excited to see what they bring to the table today.
Yeah, and I feel like this OwOptic Gaming squad as a whole is very, very team-based. It feels like a lot of their goals just kind of come off of just pressure from multiple teammates, and that's going to be something that BDS is definitely going to have to be watching out for in this game, because, as I said, it feels like OwOptic Gaming just really, really works well together.
Yeah, I have to agree, and I think they've done really good. We've seen in a few of these top 5 replays that we've had, I think 2 out of them, we've seen OwOptic team plays be showcased in the top 5 plays, and it just shows how heavily pass oriented this team is, how well they play off of each other, and how they really try to trip up the defense with some really good placed infield passing, and that's what I really like to see out of a team. They honestly have one of my more favorite play styles to watch out of these teams that are in the league. But they are going to be playing against a very tough opponent right now in Big Dragon Squad. However, as I said, a bit of a change for this Big Dragon Squad roster, as Bassi is going to be coming in to fill in for Rue the Fuzzy. Unfortunately, Rue the Fuzzy has a broken controller right now, and so we're going to see Bassi coming in for their first league game during the season.
Yeah, and as Fade very necessarily clears his throat there, this BDS squad is definitely going to have a bit of an issue there, because I feel like they worked very, very well together, and we're just gonna have to see how Bassi can fit into that squad really well, because this team worked very well with how they were as a whole, just Reverb and Meezer just really being those main shot putters, whereas yeah, it was just like it puts their third in an interesting position where like they're kind of constantly on defense, and if Bassi is able to just like hold down that defensive end, it's pretty much just going to be the old BDS squad, which is definitely going to be great going into this matchup, because like I feel like OwOptic Gaming is definitely going to, like, no matter who that third is, Reverb and Meezer, you have to watch out for them on offense. They are a squad that is terrifying to play against.
And honestly, I've never seen Bassi play before, so this is going to be a new experience for me as well. We're getting some hype for them in chat as well, so love to see that coming out from the chat and everything. And I'm very excited to see them playing. I think that this is going to be a very interesting time for this team. Now, obviously, chemistry is going to be a thing that we're going to want to look at, because obviously not having Rue the Fuzzy there is going to mess up your rotations a little bit. However, being the more defensive player on the roster is going to give the benefit to Bassi not having to have to push up and play that super offensive role for their team. And I mean, I'm sure Bassi's not going to be complaining. They have Reverb and Meezer on the same team. And I gotta check the lobby real quick. So I have multiple people in here, so I cannot confirm nor deny, but I will say, not seeing a backfire on my screen right now. And if Reverb is one of the players playing right now that I can see, because it'll only show 4 cars at a time, that's telling. Because we said during the podcast, if Reverb is not playing on that backfire, then we're going to wonder if the confidence is there. And that could be something big coming out for BDS. But we'll just have to wait and see how that goes. But I believe because of Docky being West here, we're going to be playing all US East as well. So Meezer going to have a little bit of a ping disadvantage here. At the same time, Reverb is also a West player, which I keep constantly forgetting. So all of BDS's matches get played on that East. So I hope that they've been practicing by playing on East just to, you know, be ready for that. I'm sure they do that. But Aerolax, what are you looking for OwOptic to kind of do with this situation? Because I do consider them a bit of the underdog in this when it comes to overall offensive pressure. What do you want to see from them to try and take advantage of this situation that they've been put in?
I mean, honestly, I think really the biggest thing, especially against BDS, is just really just going back to basics, just kind of doing what you're good at and doing it well. And for OwOptic, that's definitely going to be just setting up those team passing plays, being aware of where all the players of BDS are, and just pretty much just trying to take it simple, playing around one person at a time.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely expect that to see if they want to come out and do that. Knowing OwOptic, I expect to see a lot of passing. I expect to see, for BDS, trying to cut off those passes as much as possible. Don't give OwOptic too much space. And, you know, then just get the passes going between Meezer and Reverb, and it's all going to come together for them. It is going to be a tough fight for both of these teams, though. OwOptic coming in with a little bit of momentum after their win. Meanwhile, BDS losing to LumiMawcity last week, so they're going to be a bit hungrier for this win. And as we've said, every single one of these wins right now is going to count, especially up at the top of this leaderboard as this matches. This is going to have huge implications going forward. And as for predictions, guys, I predicted this one to be Game 5 to BDS. Firestreak said Game 5 to OwOptic, and Aerolax, you said Game 5 to BDS, with Rysol also predicting a Game 5 BDS. So no matter what, we're expecting this to go all the way to Game 5. I'm so excited to get this one started. And I'm going to get this lobby set up really quick so we can get there. But Arrow, if you had to single out 2 players or 1 player on each of these teams to look at this match, who do you think that would be?
I mean, obviously for BDS, it's got to be Reverb. Specifically, are they playing Backfire or not? Because as you were saying, Fade, you don't see a Backfire, but with, I believe it would make it 7 players in the party, that is a 50% chance that Reverb is on there. So we're just going to have to see if Reverb is coming out with the Backfire or not.
I saw it.
But as... Oh, there is a Backfire?
There's a Backfire.
Uh-oh. I feel bad for OwOptic already. But as for OwOptic, honestly, I don't think you can really single out 1 player, because this is such a team-oriented team. Just, you gotta really have every single player firing on all cylinders in order for them to really, really pop off.
Well, we'll just have to see exactly how these teams do, guys. It's the 3rd of our 4 matches today. It's going to be BDS versus OwOptic Gaming. Will the Backfire reign supreme for BDS, or will OwOptic's team plays be able to net them the win? Who will take spot number 4 on the leaderboard? Let's find out right now, Airlax. Let's get started, and let's see how many crossbar pings we can get in this next series.
We're already up to 32.
Immediately with the kickoff. And yes, Arrow, we're already up to 32 crossbar pings. But I expected us to have over 100 by the time we ended this weekend. So I think I'm a little bit too far away from that goal. I think as most of us guessed about 100. It seems like Rye had the best bet on that. But we're seeing some immediate aggression from BDS to start us off here. T-Park trying to regain control, but you see Reverb in that Backfire, trying to get a touch, not going to work out, and gets demoed on the play. Gala now having to play into their own corner. Not the best touch, and Batsy is going to go for their first shot of RFDL. Not going to be able to find the back of the net, but it is good pressure for BDS to start here.
And we're already seeing, just in this first minute, I feel like this BDS squad is working fairly well together, but of course, Bassy's still going to be in a bit of an unfortunate situation, just kind of trying to adapt as much as possible, but I feel like we're seeing a lot of aggression coming out from them, which is very, very good to see. We're going to have to see how that treats the rest of the team, as T-Park going to get a good 50 here. A bit of a double commit on the BDS squad, but Reverb with the sidewall redirect. Daki has to get up and save that ball. That is a fantastic shot from Reverb, and you can definitely tell that they are definitely feeling the Backfire today, as Meezer going to try and get up for that. Bassy a little bit in the way, but that's alright, because Meezer able to get that touch, but no one from BDS there. They're definitely going to want that one back, because that was an open net for them to go for. But so far, 2 minutes gone, and it really feels like neither team has an advantage in this game.
Reverb trying to get the touch there, gets one more over Gala, but it was a double commit. Might not be able to find the back of the net. Now Reverb will be able to find it though. Off of the miss from OwOptic Gaming here, Daki gets a nice 50, and T-Park so close, just pixels from away from actually hitting that with the bottom of his car, the top of it, I should say. Just that bounce just a little bit too fast, and that is something that we're going to need to see from OwOptic. Is we're going to need to see their defensive line really play a little bit more than they usually do in these matches. They're a very aggressive heavy team, but their defense has always been a little bit lackluster. They've allowed a little bit more opportunities than other teams have done on their own nets. And I think that sort of game plan is not going to really fit against this heavy attacking squad of BDS, as Bassy is going to get the first goal of their RFDL career with the pass from Meezer. Actually, I guess it's a pass from T-Park.
Yeah. It wasn't quite a pass from Meezer, but yeah, that is a bit unfortunate from OwOptic Gaming. You saw there just T-Park trying to take that across goal, but then I can't remember who it was, but one of the OwOptic Gaming players just unfortunately getting in the way, and that just allows it to be completely open net. But Big Dragon Squad definitely going to be taking that happily, as Reverb tries to get this under. A very, very well played shot, but Daki going to be able to bring this one right the way around. Might be able to get a shot here. Bassi going to be able to be back. Meezer with the touch. Bassi going to get another shot. Gala able to put that one over to the corner. And BDS starting to find their stride here as they're getting quite a few opportunities on that offensive side. Not really allowing OwOptic much offense of their own, as Reverb gonna try and take this one forward. Gets a bump on T-Park, but Gala able to put that one over to the side. Bassi with a fantastic touch, but just not quite able to get anyone to follow that. Now the pass down. Daki trying to get the one down, but isn't quite able to. Meezer gonna try and pinch this one down. Gala getting there first, but that's just going to end up in a pass as well, and Bassi going to put in the second goal of their career in this league. And Big Dragon Squad really just coming out swinging.
I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Bassi here. They're showing up in more of a offensive role. Meanwhile, we are kind of used to Rue the Fuzzy showing up in more of a defensive style. But this allows BDS to push very heavily into the attacking third, even more so that they've been able to previously. And it's working out quite a bit for the team. Now, OwOptic trying to look for a chance here. Bumped by T-Park on the back wall, but unfortunately no one going to be able to follow up. And that might be another shot for BDS. Meezer gets an insane angle for the pass from Reverb.
Oh, that is actually insane. Very, very well played from them. Just getting that. And then T-Park also getting a touch, trying to slow it down, but just not quite enough for Daki to get that one out. And 4-0 for BDS. They are playing absolutely out of their minds, even with a sub on the team. And OwOptic Gaming definitely going to have to try and bounce back from this, but not really too much they can do, as just the offense from BDS has just been pressuring them so hard. And we're going to see another shot here. Daki getting a crucial touch. T-Park trying to get a skim there, but not quite able to. Meezer, fantastic touch over to the side. I really want to see just a little bit more pressure from OwOptic Gaming, as well as just actually a bit more composure on their defensive half, as that lack of composure is really what's allowing BDS to get these shots as a passing play nearly comes out. As we strike the last 10 seconds, Daki going to be up for this, trying to get a bit of momentum in their favor. That one's going to be saved over to the corner. And BDS getting another one as well. Oh, that's going to be off the bar. And that's yet another crossbar ping to finish off game one.
We didn't get a lot of crossbar pings in that first game, as most of those shots kind of just hit in the back of the net for BDS. And you gotta, I mean, you can just see in the stat line the amount of aggression that BDS has over OwOptic. They have 9 shots to OwOptic's only 3, and Daki was the only one able to actually get any shots on the goal line against BDS. So you can see that they're really doing a good job at keeping OwOptic on their own side, keeping them very suppressed, and OwOptic are going to need to try and figure out what they can do against this BDS squad.
And I'm actually curious, Fade, can you please count to me how many shots that OwOptic got in that game?
3, that's it.
3. So BDS was able to get more goals than OwOptic Gaming had shots. I feel like that really kind of just shows how that was being played, because it really felt like BDS was kind of just owning the field, not allowing OwOptic Gaming to have any chances just on that offensive side, and they were kind of just stuck on defense, which, as you said, Fade, is definitely not their strong suit. And this is a very, very difficult position for OwOptic Gaming to be in. They're just going to have to try and figure out how to come back from this, how to get more pressure on this BDS squad. And we're going to have to see in this game too, as BDS going to take this one. T-Park with a massive pinch over to the corner, trying to turn this one around. Reverb able to cut that one off, tries for the read. Daki going to be there to save that one away, but doesn't have any boost to follow this. Just going to allow BDS to just turn this one right back around. Reverb once again up. It feels like BDS is just once again, keeping up that pressure. OwOptic Gaming not getting any chances. And that's really spelling disaster for them, as so far in this game, 40 seconds gone, and I feel like we haven't had any time on the BDS side. But as I say that, the final time that it actually does go onto their side is the time that OwOptic Gaming is able to score off of a fantastic demo from Daki.
And Batsy, the last one back, unfortunately a little bit too far forward, and Daki will take advantage of that, getting a nice bump in the play and allowing that ball just to roll in. And that is the momentum that we need to see for OwOptic Gaming to start taking the lead here. You already can see that their play is starting to look a little bit faster than it did in that game number 1, which is exactly what you want to see. However, low boost on the side of OwOptic Gaming means BDS can counterattack here. A pass over to Meezer. Is anyone going to be there? It's off to the side, but Reverb trying to pass that back to the center. Not going to work out, but it was a good play nonetheless from the BDS squad. Now this goes straight down, and Reverb is going to be the first one there. Just doing so well in that position. Pass over to Meezer, looking for the double tap. And that is an amazing play for Big Dragon Squad to tie up this game.
That is absolutely fantastic. Reverb passing that, and then Meezer just the redirect double. T-Park trying for the squishy save and nearly gets it as well. I feel like if they were able to grab like just one more pad, they would have had that, but sometimes in this game, just that one little difference is all that it takes for a goal to be in versus a goal being saved. BDS playing that so very well, as Meezer getting another save here. BDS being able to tie up this game is definitely going to do well for them, but OwOptic Gaming not stopping their pressure, as Daki going to get a fake under the defender, and OwOptic Gaming has answered very, very quickly with, honestly, a clip of their own.
And that is such a good fake by Daki. You can tell that that's what he's going for as he goes up with little to no boost. And it really does fool that BDS defensive line. And that's the kind of creativity that I want to see out of OwOptic Gaming if they want to make this into a series. Because if you have BDS playing the shots that they are against you right now, you're going to need to be able to find creative ways to get that back to a tied game as quick as possible. You do not want to let them get any sort of advantage over you and make them think about how their backline rotation is going to have to work in that defense. You'd want to make them scramble a little bit and get awkward. As you can see, BDS trying to do the same to OwOptic here. Meezer expecting a touch out of Reverb right there. It's going to make BDS a little bit awkward on this push back as T-Park gets this one touch, looking for the ceiling shot, but not quite able to put it to the back of the net. However, OwOptic still moving forward, but that was a little bit of a giveaway there by, I believe, Daki. Now Meezer trying to find Batsy for the pass. Batsy looks for the shot, not going to be able to find the back of the net. And Gala will be able to move this one forward, looking for the demo on Reverb. Half the game, less than half the game remaining, I mean to say. But we're looking at some OwOptic pressure. No one expects Gala to move in on that ball, and that's a 2-goal lead.
And OwOptic Gaming, as I said, just very pass-heavy team, and that's exactly what happened. T-Park putting that in a very awkward position for Meezer to challenge, and Gala just able to swoop in before anyone from BDS can get there. That is a fantastic play from OwOptic Gaming to put them up by 2. The Big Dragon Squad is definitely going to try and put the pressure back on the OwOptic Gaming side, as Meezer going to put this one downfield. Reverb with the touch up. Meezer missing that boost, possibly would have been able to go up and challenge that otherwise. A bit of a pinch out. T-Park in an awkward position. Reverb just going to be there, and OwOptic Gaming just kind of caught just sitting ducks, honestly. I feel like both Daki and Gala just expected T-Park to go for that, and once they didn't, it was just bound to go into the back of the net.
Yeah, and that's something you can't allow to happen with BDS. You cannot give Reverb or Meezer any space when it comes to an attacking line on the net, because you know that they are so accurate. They're going to try and put that there every single time. Now T-Park having a chance, but not expecting to miss, trying to play the 50 instead. Bassy almost had a shot, but couldn't quite hook their car around fast enough to get there. And now Gala looking for the pass. T-Park's a bit too forward. 2 pings on the crossbar, and Meezer ties this one up.
You gotta love those crossbar pings, but OwOptic Gaming definitely not going to be happy with that one, as just a fantastic shot comes out from Meezer. Able to put that one in and putting Big Dragon Squad tied with OwOptic Gaming in this game too. And OwOptic Gaming pretty much just back to square one. It felt like they had so much pressure, but BDS just turning that one around so very quickly and might be able to keep up that possession as a pass comes mid, but T-Park able to cut that one off. Gala coming out with the 50. Reverb's going to be on this, and the entirety of OwOptic Gaming just waiting for that ball. T-Park putting it over Bassi. Meezer has to get a touch on this and is able to, putting it in a very safe spot, but T-Park does not care what is safe, what is not, and OwOptic Gaming has gotten their goal lead back in a very crucial way.
And Reverb just on the side of that. They're not entirely sure who's going to go for that next shot, and T-Park decides it's going to be them, and they put a very nasty angle on. Makes it almost impossible for Reverb to get that save, but OwOptic going to have to be careful here on the back line as another shot going to ring out from Reverb. It seems like no matter where you put this ball, he's going to try and find an angle at the net at some point. Now Daki trying to find another one, and he does off of the pass from Gala. And with 22 seconds left, that should be the nail in the coffin for this game number 2.
I mean, you say that, but 22 seconds still could possibly be able to tie it up with this BDS squad, as they are very, very pressure heavy. And if OwOptic Gaming is not able to expect that, Big Dragon Squad is going to be able to do that. But Meezer with the miss. Daki able to turn this one around, but Bassi putting that one up high. No one is able to hit that. Meezer with the shot. Reverb with the redirect! And that is absolutely insane from Reverb. Meezer and Reverb have just been connecting so hard. But that is a fantastic shot from BDS. And as I said, 22 seconds left. They need 11 seconds per goal, and that's exactly what they did.
And I might have spoke too soon as this goes in. No,
it's off! There it is!
Reverb
Oh
is going to tie
my
the
god!
game. This is,
That
oh
is
my gosh.
insane. And the caster curse comes out strong from Fade. And as I was saying, just not impossible, and Big Dragon Squad definitely proving that it is not impossible. 5 seconds left, just fives across the board. We're gonna have to see if BDS can keep up this momentum, or if OwOptic Gaming is able to stop this onslaught that Big Dragon Squad is putting on their net. But you gotta just be thinking, just OwOptic Gaming definitely going to be shaking a little bit, as this game was all but confirmed for them. But now, T-Park having to cut that one off. Bassi getting a touch up. Reverb doesn't have much boost. Meezer having to turn that one around. And Meezer putting that one up high. Reverb gonna try and be there, but T-Park going to be faster for that. Gala gonna try and beat out Bassi, and is able to do so. Meezer with a crucial touch. And a demo from T-Park as well. Keeping up that pressure. A pass mid. Gala going to be there for the shot, but it's going to go out wide. And BDS on this defensive half a bit more than they probably would like, as Daki going to put this one up. Meezer cutting that one off. And nearly a minute into overtime, OwOptic Gaming looking like they are able to control their nerves, but we shall see if BDS is able to keep that onslaught going, or if OwOptic Gaming is able to turn this momentum around.
And a good 50 from Reverb allows for a chance, but Daki is going to have this off to the side. Another pass out. Bassi not able to get there, and the clear comes out from T-Park. But it's going to go straight over to Reverb. Reverb looking for a pass into the midfield. Not going to be able to find anything. T-Park trying to get a pass of his own. This is going to be awkward for OwOptic Gaming. It's going to drop down. Reverb's there for the shot, but T-Park keeps it alive and out of his own net. Now T-Park moving it forward, but Daki is demoed on the back line. Reverb has a free net. Daki with the
what a save!
No! He's gonna beat that! And BDS take game number 2. I'm so sorry for the curse.
How dare you, Fade? I can't believe it. BDS, 2 goals down with 22 seconds left, able to turn it around and get the win in overtime. That is nothing short of absolutely stellar from this team. And that last shot, just Reverb able to 50 it through not one, but two of the OwOptic Gaming defenders, and then Bassi able to just confirm that. So very well played from them. And just, jeez. You gotta be happy if you're a BDS fan, because my goodness, were they able to turn that one around quick.
And, I mean, they're requesting a server reset for OwOptic, so we're gonna get that set up. But my goodness, like, BDS, you're showing up today. This is the BDS that we did not get to see last week, and we talked about it time and time again, how if Reverb is on that backfire, that means he's confident, that means that the team can play confident. And you saw that so many times during this game in particular. The passes from Meezer to Reverb and the other way around were just going absolutely insane. And even with OwOptic Gaming going up with 22 seconds left, their kickoffs just went in the way from Big Dragon Squad, and there was nothing OwOptic could do about it.
Yeah, and just, oh man. That was just so close all the way around, and as you said, just we're gonna see it here. A fantastic shot from Daki. There were so many clips in that game alone, as we see one here, Reverb off that back wall, and then Meezer just able to put that one off the bar. Just fantastic crossbar ping ring, but Reverb able to put that one down, and then just so much pressure from BDS, allowing them to just put that last goal in. And OwOptic Gaming honestly shouldn't really be sad about how they were playing. They were playing so well, but BDS just turned on the heat in those last couple minutes, and my goodness, they were terrifying.
And honestly, I'm scared for OwOptic here. This is going to be a tough comeback. You're now facing triple match point when you really did think that the game number 2 was going to be yours. And now going into game number 3, it's going to be tough to keep your head on straight, especially after how that game ended. And I mean, good on BDS to have someone there for that final goal in game number 2, but they've still got to do it again. And OwOptic did look really strong in that game number 2. They had a lot of aggressive chances. They did really well at making some creative goals. And I expect to see them able to do that again. Now, with a bit of a new server, as Gala said, they DC'd a couple of times in that game number 2, leading to some whiffed rotations. They're going to want to see, hopefully this server has a little bit better of a side for them. However, that is not how you want to start for OwOptic Gaming. Reverb getting the first goal off a bouncing ball, and T-Park just finding himself a little bit out of position here.
Yeah, and that is very, very unfortunate for OwOptic Gaming. But BDS just most definitely willing to take that one. And that puts, once again, even more momentum in their favor. Daki trying to take that away. Reverb with a fantastic save. And OwOptic Gaming getting a little bit of pressure of their own. Gala with the pass back, but it isn't going to go far enough. Reverb going to cut that one off. Allows for a 50 over to the side. Big Dragon Squad now on the defensive half. A pass out, going to go over to Daki, who tries to get this one round. A fantastic touch, but Reverb with a even better one, able to put that one over to the corner. And OwOptic Gaming getting quite a lot of pressure, but none of these chances are really proving dangerous for BDS. They're just able to deal with this pressure so very well. As Reverb gonna put this one down. It's going to be off the backboard. Meezer going to be there. It's off the bar. And that one's going to be out, and Big Dragon Squad definitely going to be wanting that one back.
Now the continued pressure might be too much, and what happened to OwOptic Gaming here? It looks like a team bump is going to lead to a goal.
I don't know if that was a team bump. Yes,
no,
it was.
Daki.
Oh, no.
Daki thinking that he needed to go up for that, not realizing that Gala was in position, and that bump is not going to feel good for OwOptic. And now with the 3 minutes 22 left, down by 2 against this such aggressive play style of Big Dragon Squad, this is not where you want to find yourself in game 3, trying to avoid the sweep. Now Gala gonna have to try and find something here. T-Park with the quick turn on the ball here. Going to have it out to a teammate, but Daki can't get to the ball in time. And that's going to be an OwOptic goal. Not able to be found here. Now T-Park going to go up for this ball. Bassy will have this in the midfield, and they've been doing so well at keeping this midfield pressure. However, that's going to be nice for OwOptic Gaming. Daki getting a nice little dunk off of the defense here, and Gala, nice pass to find Daki in that situation. That's going to be cutting the lead in half for OwOptic Gaming, and with 2:42 left, Aeroax, they have a chance here.
Indeed they do. With half the game remaining, all they need is one more goal to tie this up. But Meezer going to cut off that chance right there, putting it all the way back to the OwOptic Gaming side. Just starting them back from scratch, but Reverb with the pass out. That was very, very close to being in. But a lot more pressure from OwOptic Gaming. Meezer getting in the way of that. Bassy turning away from that, allowing Meezer go. Now Reverb gonna go up with the pinch, isn't quite able to get it, but keeps possession. And that forces Daki to get a crucial pass out over to T-Park, who's going to just take control of this. And it looks like OwOptic Gaming starting to take a bit more control, which is forcing BDS to dive for a lot more balls than they probably want to. And that's allowing OwOptic Gaming to put on a bit more pressure. As we're seeing here, the pass from Gala, Reverb cutting that one off, but it's only going to go as far as Daki, who tries to put that one up. Meezer going to cut that off. And T-Park trying to get that one out. Reverb going to be up for this. Goes off the backboard, but is going to get bumped for his efforts. And Daki going to try and turn this one around. Goes for the shot. It's going to be low. And Reverb going to get credited with the save for that. A minute 30 left on the clock.
Oh, no.
As that one is just going to be very unfortunate. And the fake as well. Insult to injury from Meezer, as that one's just going to be rolling into the OwOptic Gaming net.
And that is so unfortunate there. The bump coming out from Reverb, keeping Daki out of position long enough for that ball to just roll in of its own accord. Now down by 2 once again. A minute 15 remaining for OwOptic here. Their lives on the line in this series. And with this series meaning so much for top 4 implications, you want to try and make a fight out of this, but Big Dragon Squad is doing everything in their power to keep OwOptic Gaming off the ball as long as possible, and it's been working so well for the team. Now Daki trying to find a pass, and it's gonna work out. Gala puts it up to Daki in the midfield, and Daki just gets a really nice air dribble to get this over Reverb, and the dunk coming down at the end. Batsy just not in position for this, and with 51 seconds left, we could still see a OwOptic tie here, but it's all going to need a good kickoff to start.
Indeed, indeed. And BDS immediately getting the starting pressure. That one's going to go out to Bassy, who fakes it for Reverb. It's going to go up. Daki trying to cut that one off. It's going to go off the backboard. Meezer going to be there! And putting in another one, putting OwOptic Gaming right back to a 2-goal deficit. With 37 seconds left, it's definitely difficult, but as BDS has proven last game, this is more than surmountable for OwOptic Gaming.
Unfortunately, T-Park has no boost in the net there, and when you give Reverb or Meezer a shot at the net like that, most of the time they're going to be able to put it in. As I said, crossbar ping's not coming in too much today because they've put every single ball in the back of the net. No crossbar needed, no post to be found. The accuracy on BDS has been phenomenal in this series, and I think that is going to be what gives them the victory here. Gala runs out of boost. The last 10 seconds on the clock ring out, and with no more time left, BDS are just going to stall, and they are going to be sweeping OwOptic Gaming here in this match.
What a absolutely stellar performance from BDS there. I thought this was going to be such a close series. Everyone did. I believe every single person on the desk for that podcast predicted a Game 5, and it just didn't happen. BDS just came out swinging, and especially that game too. My goodness, they switched the momentum so quick and were able to just carry that through into that game 3.
That was absolutely incredible from BDS. I mean, honestly, when you come back with 22 seconds left in game number 2 and then steal the game away, the mental on OwOptic had to be so low at that point. And then to give your first goal up pretty quickly in that game number 3, it's tough. It's tough. I can tell you from personal experience, from going through a sweep myself this week, it's not a easy thing to deal with, and the mental it's gonna be rough for a little bit, but sit on that loss, see what went wrong, come back next week even stronger. You know, BDS is quite a good team, and you know, you did the best you could, and you had some really good chances if you were OwOptic there. It just didn't end up your way this week, but there's still more league play to be had. There's still more time for them to get some more wins before midseason. And with that being said, 3 of our 4 series are done for the day. Guys, we have 1 more left for you today. Will it be another sweep, or will we finally get a game 5 this week? We'll have to find out, as after the break, we're going to have Dignipaws versus Fox Clan to end off our week number 8. Stick with us, guys, and we'll be back.
can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. Saw you in the red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead.
Did we take it too far to say that we cannot pretend now? Was it never enough to have just everything you want? In your shadow I found a place to hide me from my own thoughts. And if I ever got lost, you find a way to bring me home. And I want something I can hold, that's worth this waiting cold. And I want something that is real, something to make me feel alive.
You good?
Wait, can I be heard?
Yes.
Can't do what you do. Only you. Give me that deja vu. Only you. Before you found me, I was floating among the stars. No direction till I landed in your arms. Destiny makes sense when I look in your eyes. A new force of nature that brings me to life. Baby, I can't help it. I never felt like this. Only you can do what you do. Only you give me that deja vu. Only you.
Mine.
Hello, everybody. Welcome on back to RFDL Week 8, Day number 2. I'm Eclectic Fades, and hey, look, we finally have the full desk here. We got Aerolex, we got Docky, and we got Fire. And, I mean, all I can say is, Docky, I'm so sorry that I caster cursed you in Game 2.
Hey, you know, things happen. I'm proud of how my team played. You know, there's a lot of circumstances that I think were making things difficult with internet and distractions and headaches, but hey, you know, I had fun.
Yeah, fair. And that's really the best thing, is just as long as you can have fun. It's, whether you win or lose, it's just a game.
Yes, sir.
Exactly. Just have fun with it. And I'm sure that everybody hopefully has been having fun this week. Something that is really weird that I noticed, and they were bringing it up in chat during the break as well, too. Can we talk about how last week we were one game away from having all game 5s, and we've just been nothing but sweeps this week?
Tis how RFDL goes, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, I think actually, Fade, you mentioned it like a while ago, where it's like we have one week which is really, really close, then the next week is all sweeps, then 1 week that's really close, next week is all sweeps, and that pattern is just holding strong, apparently.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see if that keeps up. We have one more series left for you guys today. We're gonna have to see if that one ends in a sweep and we have literally the least amount of games for this weekend, or if we can finally get a game 4 and possibly a game 5 after that. And this is a good match to be hoping for a longer series. It's gonna be Dignipaws versus Fox Clan, and both of these teams are gonna be hungry for this next win.
Yes, they definitely are, and I'm looking forward to seeing how each of the teams handles it. Because, I mean, Dignipaws is coming off of a huge win while Fox Clan is kind of coming off of the a little bit of the opposite, just really close matches, but just maybe letting the game slip away at the final moment for the last 3 weeks in a row. They've lost 3 Game 5 series in a row. So I'm looking to see where their mental is at, how they're doing, and whether or not they're still staying positive and, you know, having a fun time.
Yeah.
Silence.
What do you guys have to say about how this is going so far? Like, what do you guys think about the matchup, I guess?
I mean, I expect it to be pretty exciting. Again, it's the kind of the theme is right. The exciting matches are the ones that have people that have a lot of offensive firepower. I think both these teams have some really flashy.
Really fashy.
Wow. Okay. Okay. Really flashy. I cannot speak this weekend.
Oh dear.
Really flashy scoring. Alex is bullying me. This is not fair.
What am I doing? What am I doing?
Stop giggling. No. So I think both teams having the ability to have really clip-worthy goals. That'll be, at least from an entertainment perspective, a lot of fun.
Fashy.
Wow.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and just get straight into this final matchup of the day. It's been a long one for us today, and we just got a little bit longer to go. One more series to get through, and this one's great, and I love the squads that are coming into this one. 2 of my favorite squads. Dignipaws are going to be who we talk about first here, and they are coming off of an incredible win against X3 Tactics last week. We got Sylvie, we got Yuki, and we've got Nova Fox on this squad, and they are finally getting into their rotations that they've been practicing the last few weeks, and they definitely look like a strong team coming into the match today.
I mean, can you ever really doubt a team that has Sylvie on it? Sylvie is a goated player, just a fantastic player, and having the Yuki on board, who's kind of used to having a bit of success. We saw it last season with Fox Clan, who he happens to be going up against this week. But with the old Fox Clan roster, getting top 3 in the league, he's used to having success, so he knows how to get it done. And then, I mean, Nova Fox, I think, is just the perfect supporting Champ 1 player for this team. He seems to really be meshing with those rotations well. He's been playing really good, and I'm going to be looking to him to see if he can keep that up going forward.
Yeah. I've been simping for this team since week 1, and now they have my teammate Yuki. So, I mean, yeah, they're really fun to root for. They're really fun to watch. I think, especially with Nova absolutely popping off the past few weeks, or more recently, this team is seeming to click. I think they've got a lot of good green pastures to look forward to going forward.
Okay, well, I thought Arrow was going to say something.
I don't really have anything to say, so.
Wow, no opinions on the roster?
The toaster's empty.
The toaster's empty. Yeah.
Well,
it's just really all I can say is just what I've said before is just very, very solid team overall. But I feel like this is just going to be an extremely close match, and I'm really, really hoping for a game 5. Like, please, can we not have just all sweeps? Please, I beg.
Well, we'll have to see if the chat agrees. Right now we're 50-50 on if we're getting a full weekend of sweeps or not on the poll. But speaking about my teammate Stocky, let's talk about another one of my teammates. Because, you know, Yuki was my teammate over here. Well, let's talk about Fox Clan and talk about one of my old teammates in Taka, coming in this time with Javian and Abyss. And this team has also been looking really good, constantly going to game 5s, but the last couple of weeks they haven't been able to find the right result there. They've been losing those game 5s. I think that they're not really wanting to go to a game 5 today. We're going to have to see if they can make that happen, but they're going to be very hungry for a win to get themselves back up on that leaderboard here.
Yeah, the Fox Clan squad, very solid team. They have a lot to bring to the table, especially at that. As we've been harping on the entire season, the Taka Javian combo. And I mean, early season, they were kind of known to be the clutch team. They could kind of just pull it out and really make score when it counts and take home series when it counts. But more recently, we've kind of seen them maybe dropping a few series when it matters most, kind of losing these Game 5 situations. So I want to see if they can kind of regain that clutch factor that they seem to have really early on, and I think they have the potential to do it. So we just kind of got to sit back and see if they're able to pull it off this week, or if they're going to continue a little bit of a kind of a low-key skid as they have dropped a few weeks.
Yeah, you know, I'm just waiting for these guys above me to say anything, but they're just
Listen.
they're just so silent. I mean, Fox Clan is a great roster. They have been on a bit of a downturn recently, but we all know that Fox Clan is very good at bringing it back. Taka always likes to talk about how they can pull it back for reverse sweeps. This is basically, you know, they're just trying to reverse sweep just league play in general. They've lost a couple now. It's a best of 5. They lost 2. Now they come back and win 3. That's the storyline for Fox Clan. At least I hope it might be. But I really can't. You know, I just want to see some good matches. This is a close one for me. It's Yuki versus Taka. I can't really root for either of these teams, you know, too much without showing favoritism. And I love both of those guys, so I just want to see some good results for either team. I just want to see some good Rocket League played between them. Daki and Arrow, what do you guys think?
I don't think it's one of my issues.
I stole Airlux's toast. I'm sorry.
What?
It's mine.
I want some. How dare.
Well, with no thoughts coming out from the toaster or the cat stealing the toast, apparently, I'm just gonna, you know, say fire. What are the predictions for this match? What are we all expecting to happen here?
So, I mean, for once, we have a split desk, finally, although only just. And that is because Fades, you are the lone believer in Fox Clan. You said you thought they were going to take it in 5, while everyone else said it was either going to be a sweep or a 4-game series in favor of Dignipaws, and I think that's about accurate. If it gets to a Game 5, I do think Fox Clan is going to take this, but if Dignipaws can take care of things early, then I think it's going to go in their favor. So we'll just need to see how it plays out, but it's definitely a match that could go either way.
All right,
Yeah,
and before
I
we
definitely
start,
agree.
okay, I'm sorry, Arrow, you actually had something to say. I didn't expect that. What were you saying?
I was just agreeing, okay? Calm down, holy.
I thought you had opinions. I was scared.
Yeah, no, I don't have opinions.
Well, what you do have is game sense and knowledge, Arrow, and I'm going to ask you to use a little bit of that, and I want you to... I'm going to put you and Daki on opposite sides of the coin here. Arrow, I want you to tell me what Fox Clan has to do to take this over Dignipaws, and then Daki, I want you to tell me what Dignipaws has to do to take this over Fox Clan.
Okay, well, Daki's going to be far more insightful because I don't know threes. But, what am I arguing for again?
Fox Clan.
Fox Clan. Okay, Fox Clan. We know them specifically for just that synergy between Javian and Taka, but Abyss coming in to the team, replacing Cosmo, like, as I said last week, it really just felt like the old Fox Clan. Abyss really just meshing with that team very, very well. already at the start, and I feel like it's just going to get better and better as we go forward. So I feel like really just the big thing for Fox Clan is just keeping up that synergy, making sure that Javian and Taka are able to like mesh with Abyss well enough, because if they're able to, then they're just going to be a very, very strong team. But like going up against Dignipaws, obviously very, very difficult, because Dignipaws very, very good team, especially having beaten X3 this past week, which again, props to them. Very, very well done. But like they're definitely going to be riding high on that win, and for Fox Clan, they just need to take away that momentum as fast as possible.
All right, Docky, what do you think Dignipaws needs to do to take down Fox Clan here?
I mean, I feel like the easy answer would be to get Yuki more involved, since that worked for them last week. But I mean, I don't know. I think part of the reason Yuki was able to thrive so well in that last series was they did a really good job spacing the ball. I mean, we saw, if you watch those replays back, it felt like there was always someone there to challenge. There was always someone there to pick up in the midfield, and there was always one back. And that kind of led to a lot of these offensive opportunities where the other team was forced to kind of rotate around that, and there was just a bunch of shooting opportunities. And then obviously by game 5, they had completely locked into that, and I mean, Yuki had a field day with that. And I don't think it necessarily needs to be Yuki that is taking those shots. I think anyone on that team can do that. And obviously that worked out well for them last week. But Fox Clan specifically is a very full send aggressive team. They tend to full commit for a lot of their offensive plays. I mean, these are like passing plays between Taka and Javian or bumping, and that kind of can come back to bite them, I think, sometimes. We've seen that happen earlier in the season where they've kind of over-rotated and over-committed a little bit. And so if you keep up with what Dignipaws did really well last week in terms of making sure that they were aware of where everyone was in the field and they were spacing very well, I think they'll have a lot of opportunities, and I think they can thrive if they do that. They didn't do that as much early on, but they seem to have found that rhythm last week, and I think even in the week before that. So if they keep that up, I think they got a pretty decent shot.
All right, guys. Well, there you have it. We have our analyst here telling us what we think is needed, and honestly, I'm analyzing this desk, and I'm realizing this is why, guys, we only go to 3 series in a day, because once we get to 4, I don't think the processing power of Parallax's Intel Atom can keep up quite as much, and Docky just gets, he gets to that EP cat mood, so we're seeing what happens when we push it a little bit too far, but let's be done with the desk for now. You guys want to see this match, and it's time for the final match of the day, guys. It's going to be Dignipaws versus Fox Clan. Are we going to have full sweeps on the day, or will we finally see a game 4 and hopefully a game 5? Parallax and Fire, have fun.
And we certainly will, Fade. Thank you. As we head into the first match of this series, we have a neutral kickoff ringing out from both teams. Abyss trying to take control, trying to pop it middle. Sylvie is going to be on that, though. Sylvie is going to be air dribbling it down the field, but Taka is there to stuff that in his tracks. Javian is trying to take control, trying to get it over Yuki, but Yuki's going to get a favorable 50. The follow-up from Abyss is strong, though. We see both Fox Clan upper ranks being on the ball there. It's going to end up going high for Taka. Taka bangs it off a backboard, and Abyss is going to need to get the challenge, and that's a fantastic challenge by Abyss. I like seeing Abyss this involved in these plays, Parallax, and I think that's going to bode well for Fox Clan going forward.
Indeed it will, as we get a bit of bumping from Abyss on Sylvie. That's going to put them in a very awkward position as Taka leaving that one for Javian, going for the double, not quite able to get it, but Yuki not getting the touch. Abyss nearly there, and the crossbar ping rings out as we get the tally on as well. Fox Clan able to put on quite a bit of pressure here, which is very, very good to see from them. But also quite a bit of pressure from Dignipaws as well, especially in this midfield. But Javian getting that one past, just has to get the double and is able to. And Fox Clan the first to get a goal in this game.
Yeah, and that's a really nice play by Javian. He gets the chip over, which ends up going off a backboard, and then just having the read to get the double on that. Nothing too crazy for him, but still a very solid play. He doesn't make it any harder than it needs to be on himself. So well played to Javian. Now we see Nova applying some pressure for Dignipaws, but Javian's going to get the clear out. Sylvie is back though, and he's going to try to get a play going, but Javian is there for the dunk. Taka almost gets the follow-up. Abyss following it up, and Abyss starting off strong, getting the follow-up for a very nice goal for Fox Clan.
We saw that pass from Javian to Taka, and then Taka just popping that one off the backboard. Both Sylvie and Nova going up for that, but just not quite able to get there. And Fox Clan showing up very, very well. We're going to have to see if they can keep this momentum or if Dignipaws is going to turn this one around. But the pass to Taka, keeping that possession. Sylvie immediately going to cut that one off. But Abyss able to cut that one off. Keep it in the corner just for a little bit. But Nova going to be up. And the block comes out from Javian. Very crucial there. But Fox Clan not quite out of it just yet. Dignipaws still having a lot of pressure as the pinch comes out over to Abyss, and Abyss just passing that one back, able to keep control. Below 50 and another 50 coming out, and this is going to allow Novavax to be there. Doesn't quite get it. Yuki going to be there instead, taking it down, tries for the fake. Not quite able to get it, but Dignipaws getting quite a bit of pressure here, and finally Fox Clan able to get out and almost a goal. Yuki having to get back to that. Javian gonna take this one slow. Sylvie not quite allowing that. And as we hit half the game remaining, Fox Clan still up by 2, having a lot of pressure here. And that one's going to be off the bar once again. And Dignipaws able to try and turn this one around and start getting some pressure of their own.
Yeah, and a little trend I'm seeing is when Nova Fox is back as last man, they don't really have a whole lot of boost to work with, which is a bit scary if you're a Dignipaws fan. You don't want your lower ranked players to be low on boost, because that's when they can get especially awkward, which is because that's tough for even some of our higher ranks to be able to handle. But when the lower ranks are sitting with no boost, it can get especially awkward for them. But hopefully, it looks like that's changing a bit. Nova getting some boosts. Now we see Fox Clan trying to control it on their side, but they're a little bit awkward as we see them just clearing it all the way across the field. Sylvie going for the shot. Yuki with the follow-up, and that's a great strike by Yuki just to sneak it around the defense, which was in a decent position to save that. So well played by Yuki. Just put it in a place that's awkward for Abyss to deal with. Fantastic shot.
That is absolutely a fantastic shot, and Dignipaws going to be right back in this game. We're gonna have to see if they can keep up that momentum or not. The Fox Clan going to just quickly answer as Javian going to put that one in off of a bit of a mistouch from Yuki here. As we saw Sylvie going for that. Oh, that is very unfortunate from Dignipaws. But Fox Clan most definitely going to be very eager to take that one.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a communication breakdown on Fox Clan. They can find themselves a bit behind in these games, but they have Dignipaws. They sometimes find themselves behind in these series, but they have a knack for just climbing their way back in them, even if they fall behind early on. And if they want to climb back into this game in particular, they will need a goal pretty quickly as Fox Clan continues to clear the ball onto the Dignipaws half. Now we see Dignipaws getting a good clear from Yuki. Yuki's gonna want a follow-up touch there, and he's able to get it, but he gets demoed for the as a punishment for that. Now we see Sylvie trying to make a challenge, Yuki with the follow-up, and they're kind of getting it bottled up on the Fox Clan half, and as soon as they do that, Yuki, just like we know he's capable of from that 5-goal performance last week, catches him awkward and slots that home.
And that is very, very well played from Yuki as well, just being able to recover on that and just slamming that one over the head of Taka. And Dignipaws breathing a bit of life back into this match. But Fox Clan looking to take that away as Taka going to get a double here. It's going to go down to Abyss, who's going to take the shot. And that is just absolutely fantastic from Fox Clan. It honestly just feels like Fox Clan is just able to answer these goals from Dignipaws so very quickly. And the fact that they're up as well is just putting it into an even more dangerous spot for Dignipaws. But as we go into this last couple seconds, Dignipaws going to be scrambling for a game here, or else Fox Clan is just going to take this game one easily. But we're getting a bit of pressure. Nova is going to be there off of that pass from Sylvie. And Dignipaws once again getting yet another chance. With 22 seconds left, they definitely have a chance to come back in this.
Yeah, that's just really good positioning from Nova there. You know, he may be their lowest ranked player on that team, but he can still make plays when needed, as we saw right there. Now we see Yuki trying to get a challenge, a bit late to that. Now we see Sylvie trying to get the 50. That's going to bounce in an awkward spot, but Abyss handles it well. Now we see the Dignipaws squad kind of scrambling back, Yuki getting the cut. But we need a quick touch high if Dignipaws wants to stay in it. But Yuki, or I'm sorry, I think that was Sylvie, gets an awkward touchdown, which is going to play that to the ground. And that's going to give Fox Clan a first game victory. And I mean, Arrow, I don't know if you noticed this too, but Yuki looked a little bit awkward, a bit more than what we're used to seeing from him. And are we getting the MVP curse rearing its ugly head in this match?
I mean, it definitely looks like we might be. There's one play in particular that I kind of want to point out. It was a Fox Clan goal. Dignipaws pretty much had full possession of it. I believe it's going to be coming up here. Yeah, right here. Yuki just getting an unfortunate touch straight mid. And of course, replay did not really showing much of it, but just kind of breaking that down. Sylvie had pretty much an open shot there, but Yuki just getting a slight mistouch. And that's all it took for Fox Clan to take advantage.
Yeah, I see Yuki trying to take possession a lot, but maybe not quite doing it in the correct circumstances, because there were 2 times in that game, once on his own goal line and another kind of on the right side wall there, where he's kind of in a little bit of an awkward position to try to get a dribble play set up, but he still went for it. But he ended up either mishitting it or getting dunked, which led to a Dignipaws goal. So I'm going to be looking for Yuki to maybe try to make a bit more simple plays, make the easy plays before you start trying to go for those dribble ground plays. So we'll need to see if he's able to do that going forward. But we see Nova going for the passing play there from Sylvie. They're passing it amongst each other really well, and Dignipaws looks to be firing on all cylinders in the early part of this game. Now we see Yuki trying to continue that pressure, but he's not able to get the touch, and that's going to leave Sylvie as last man back. He's able to get a good dunk on Javian. Now Abyss trying to switch field, and he's able to do so, but Yuki's going to get a good 50, but a good 50 by Javian in response. Nova and Sylvie double committing on this, but they're going to ring it out middle, and both teams kind of playing ping pong on each other's side of the field right now.
Yeah, but it still could be anyone's game here, as Fox Clan getting quite a bit of pressure. Abyss going to be off the corner, Taka also off the corner, but Nova able to cut that off before it becomes dangerous, before it turns into a shot. And Javian playing that one very clever, taking that boost, and Taka getting a demo on Sylvie. That's going to put Dignipaws in a very awkward position, as that shot is going to come off the post, but Javian's going to be there to follow it up, and Fox Clan once again putting the first goal in for this game.
I mean, the crossbar ping, you gotta love it. We love hearing those ring out, and that's a great read by Javian to stay on that ball and get the second shot to put that in. Maybe, I think Dignipaws might just be being a little bit slow to get back to those, which is giving Fox Clan more opportunities than they want to give. But Sylvie going for the air dribble, unable to put it in though. And now Dignipaws is completely overcommitted, and Javian is going to be able to slot that open net home. I think there might have been maybe a double commit, or a double commit followed by a little bit of an overcommit by the third man on Dignipaws, which is going to leave a wide open net for Javian. You don't want to give him those opportunities too often.
No, you do not, because knowing Javian, very, very solid player, is definitely going to put in those shots very, very easily. And Fox Clan looking to be in a very, very good position in this game. It's coming up on 3 minutes left, up by 2. Fox Clan looking to put this onto match point for them. Whereas Dignipaws sort of just fighting for their lives at this point. As Javian gonna get a 50 with Sylvie. It's not dangerous yet. Taka carrying that one around. A little bit of hesitation there. And Dignipaws should have been able to take advantage of that, but just wasn't quite able to. And I feel like Dignipaws is definitely just gonna have to start playing that a little bit faster, just putting on more pressure, being on those balls a lot more, as that's what gives them these opportunities. But Abyss with a fantastic save, but Yuki able to just force that one through, and Dignipaws, with half the game remaining, has answered back finally for Fox Clan.
Yeah, and that was a fantastic save by Abyss right there. Really clutch save, but just no one in a position to get that follow-up touch, which is a bit unfortunate for Fox Clan, but nonetheless a great pressure play by Dignipaws. Now, we see Sylvie getting a little air dribble play to corner that's going to pinch out to Nova. Nova is going to get the beat. Abyss is going to be there for the save. Now, Yuki, good shot on target, but Taka is there for the save for Fox Clan. That's 2 consecutive saves for Fox Clan to keep themselves in the lead in this game. Taka getting a 50 with Yuki. Nova a bit awkward on that one, and potentially a double commit, which is going to allow Fox Clan to get some pressure. Signatured off by Javian, striking that one home. Great play by Javian to get the follow-up there, and a great bump by Abyss to keep Sylvie awkward on that play.
That is very, very good from Fox Clan there. With 2 minutes remaining, this is looking very, very dire for Dignipaws. You're going to have to try and find something, and they need to find it quick, as they get a bit of pressure here. Sylvie popping that one into the corner. Yuki going to be there. Gets faked. And Abyss able to put that one away, making sure it's not dangerous. But Dignipaws putting that one off. And another crossbar ping is going to ring out. And Dignipaws definitely going to be wanting that one back. But just so much pressure they're putting on. But Fox Clan able to just be able to deal with that pressure so very well. Yuki putting that one up high. And that's going to be what Fox Clan needs to finally break out of their defensive half. And now Dignipaws is going to be on the defensive half here. As Abyss trying to put that one on the target. And that is a fantastic shot from Abyss to put Fox Clan up by 3.
Yeah, that's a great angle. Like, oh, that's actually kind of nutty by Abyss. Great shot there. That's, I mean, that's tough to defend against, especially when you have the lowest ranked player on Fox Clan just popping off like he is. He's playing like a grand champ right now. Like, Abyss is truly having an immaculate game. But what I'm seeing from Dignipaws a lot is just maybe getting a little bit more awkward than what we're accustomed to seeing them do. Maybe just missing shots that they usually don't miss, kind of just that little bit out of sync right now. And even though their rotations are pretty decent so far, as we see Nova strike one home, potentially giving them some momentum going into this game 3, it's not impossible for them to bring their way back into this game, but it's definitely tall order against a Fox Clan team that's firing on all cylinders like they are. But yeah, Dignipaws just maybe looking a little bit awkward, a little bit out of sorts, and not doing anything big wrong, but just maybe just wanting to clean up these plays that they're used to hitting. Now, I mean, we're going to need to see if they're able to claw back in the final 30 seconds of this game, but it's definitely a tall order for them, Arilax.
Indeed it is, but 30 seconds left. Dignipaws just gonna try and complete the feat that BDS was able to do. Not looking good so far as they are on their defensive half. Yuki trying to put that one out. Taka getting an unfortunate touch, but Javian able to bail him out. Getting that one down as well. Yuki with the long shot, and Sylvie is going to be there. And with 2 seconds left, there is still a chance in this game for Dignipaws to be able to come back in this, but we're gonna have to see possibly some kickoff shenanigans.
Yeah, Fox Clan may be losing a little bit of focus there, allowing a long shot to go on net, and we don't see any kickoff shenanigans from Dignipaws, which I'm not sure if I would have done that, but interesting choice by Dignipaws to not do any sort of delay kickoff or anything like that, as they end up dropping game 2 by 1 goal once again. And I mean, Fox Clan just firing on all cylinders right now.
And that is definitely a dangerous thing to be going up against, because Dignipaws just is not quite able to stay in these games as much as they would like to. But as you were saying, Fox Clan just firing on all cylinders. They're playing absolutely amazingly. Dignipaws just going to have to try and figure out at least just something that'll work against them, at least for a single game, so they can truly figure out just what's going on with the team, what they can do to combat this terrifying Fox Clan.
And oddly enough, I don't think neither Taka nor Javian are really playing above what we're used to seeing them play on. Right now, Abyss is the ultimate X factor in this series. Abyss is playing really, really well right now, and you can just tell that he is really confident as we are going to eventually head into this game 3, where, I mean, Dignipaws going for the reverse sweep on this one, and they're going to need to kind of limit Abyss in a sense if they want to get their way back into this series. I mean, look, Abyss, no boost, he doesn't care, he's still going to be challenging that, and that's what happens when you allow a player to get really confident like Dignipaws has allowed Abyss to get. Now we see Javian air dribbling it to his own corner from midfield, just trying to get control for his team, and we're seeing Fox Clan, even though it's kind of going back and forth from half to half, they seem to have a lot of possession early on, which is going to bode well for them in the long term if they're able to keep that up in this game.
Indeed it will, but once again, Fox Clan getting quite a bit of pressure here. However, Dignipaws starting to break away from that a bit, as Nova going to put this one off the wall. Javian trying to get there, but Sylvie with a very quick challenge and able to follow it up too. But we saw both of the other Dignipaws members just pushed up a bit too far, no one able to follow that up. And an unfortunate touch, Yuki going to be there to cover that, and that is very, very well played. Yuki with the shot, Nova with the redirect, Javian with a fantastic touch. And that is absolutely wild. Off of that bar, just able to read that and put it to the corner. That is just a fantastic touch from Javian to keep Fox Clan away from their own net.
I mean, when I saw that shot, I was about to be Nova, top 5 plays of the week, let's go, but that's just too good of a save by Javian to keep that off target. That's really an incredible play. But Dignipaws is getting a lot of pressure early on and bouncing in front of the Fox Clan net. They're going to want that one back because they had all the pressure and in a dangerous spot right there. Now we see Dignipaws maybe kind of scrambling back, a little bit awkward in the rotations there, but Fox Clan is unable to capitalize, and now Javian trying to play it middle. Nova Fox is going to stall that. Yuki playing it to the side. Taka trying to get it mid, but Sylvie's going to get the clear, which is all he can get due to the boost total. And I'm seeing oftentimes Dignipaws, when they have boost control, they're able to put dangerous shots on net, as Sylvie proves my point right there. But they're getting a bit low on boosts sometimes, but when they have the boost, they're able to do stuff like that, which is great to see, Aerolac.
Indeed it is, and Dignipaws finally getting the first goal of a game. We're gonna have to see how that bodes for them. This Fox Clan, we've seen time and time again, they're so very good at just answering those goals right back. But Sylvie gonna come off the corner here, gets the touch, but Taka just going to be very patient on that back line, able to just save that very easily and put it around Yuki's car. Now Nova putting that in a safe space for Dignipaws. Yuki has to get a save. Abyss also tries for the shot, and once again turning on that. And as you were saying, Fire, Abyss just seems so confident in this game, and that is very dangerous for Dignipaws, as especially having that lower ranked player playing so very confidently, it makes it so much easier for Taka and Javian to play how they want to play. Dignipaws definitely in a dangerous position as Taka going to get a shot. Sylvie with a fantastic save, but not out of it just yet. Nova with a massive clear downfield, and that's going to get them away from that defensive half, at least for a little while.
Yeah, and they desperately need that as we see Fox Clan trying to mount another attack. Sylvie is able to get the 50. It's going to bounce dangerously, and that is going to allow the Javian Taka combo to show itself once again. And I mean, just dropping it down like that, putting Nova in the unfortunate position needing to get a good 50 against a GC3 and Javian, that's not the position you want to be in if you're Dignipaws, because that's a tall order for anyone, much less a lower ranked player like Nova is. But now we see Sylvie getting it over the defense. He's going to get it middle. Javian awkward, but Nova unable to get the touch that he wanted there. Nova playing it off a sidewall, decides to fake it, and Javian's going to be able to take control off of the fake. Sylvie is going to get the 50. Yuki on the ball. That's a dangerous touch middle. Javian's going to need to play that to the side. Nova getting the bang off a corner. And we're seeing some good pressure from Dignipaws in this game, and that's exactly what they're going to need if they want to complete a reverse sweep against this Fox Clan team.
Oh, absolutely it is. But Fox Clan was able to get that tying goal, and now as we run down the clock here, coming up on 30 seconds left, Fox Clan putting this very dangerous for Dignipaws, but they're able to get out of it very well. But with 30 seconds remaining, we're starting to get into golden goal territory, as Javian going to put that one over to the corner, keeping possession rather than going for the shot. Very, very smart, but Nova going to break Dignipaws away from that abyss, has to get a touch, and is able to do so. Gets a 50 with Sylvie as well. Fox Clan on their defensive half. Taka able to put that one up, but gets bumped for his efforts. Yuki going to be up for this, tries for the sidewall, is not able to get it. I saw sparks, but not quite able to get a solid enough touch. And that one is going to hit the ground, and we are going to have overtime in Game 3.
Which is exactly what you want to see out of a Game 3. Dignipaws fighting for their life. Fox Clan wanting to close this out and not give them any momentum. We see the ball bounce middle. Sylvie trying for the 50, is able to get it. That's going to be Nova gets the next touch. Javian trying to play it over. Taka is going to need to cover for him. Sylvie trying to play this off a back wall. Gets a little bit awkward, and Abyss is going to put the exclamation point on this series as we see them in the perfect position to strike that one home, securing a sweep for Fox Clan. Very well played by that team. Very well played by Abyss.
And my goodness, you have to give props to Abyss in that series. They were just popping off time after time. Like, as we were saying, just so confident in that game. And that proved to be just exactly what they needed, as in that last game, they just were able to just throw that one on net and just not able to get a save from the side of Dignipaws. Just so very well played from them.
I mean, this is a little bit of an interesting situation. We got the full sweep for a day. So, the shortest amount of games we will probably ever cast this season. But, yeah, very well played by Fox Clan there to, maybe, reground Dignipaws. Because, I mean, Abyss just playing so confident. Taka and Javian firing on all cylinders. That's going to be a really tough team to beat. And, Dignipaws, after coming off that huge win last week, kind of drops one this week. Maybe not quite playing their A game, but if there is a team that's going to be able to regain from that, it is going to be Dignipaws. They're a great group of players, and I think they're going to come back strong next week. And they're going to need to if I have any say on that.
Well then.
Very well played. Oh, hi, Fade.
Hi there. I mean, you were about to say it, Arilax, but yeah, well played the Fox Clan. They did really well in that series. And I mean, we had to get the full sweeps, right? We had to 5 out of 6 series go all that way. Do we put an asterisk by this because one of them was a forfeit? Because we never know how that could have went.
Yeah, but like, still, like, come on. That was just, geez. I think like even including the show match, we only had 2 matches where both teams were able to win a game. That just, like, what happened?
Yeah, this was a very insane week of matches, and following it up a week where we literally almost got the maximum amount of games. Of course, we had to do the minimum for 1 week, but that is the duality of RFDL for you guys. All of these teams can take down one another, and sometimes it's a very close fight. Sometimes it's not as much of a fight as we would like to see, but my goodness, we had some excellent games happen today. We've had some excellent results, and Fox Clan is definitely going to be happy finally getting a win after their little drought. And that is going to tie them up with a lot of other teams who are going to be 4-4 on this season as a whole. And that just really, it really makes things exciting for these next couple of weeks, where a lot of these placements for mid-season are going to depend on where these next couple of matches go. And I want to hear the opinion as I go down here. I'm just gonna get out of the way here, and I'm gonna ask Docky's opinion on how he feels about all these teams being so close to mid-season.
Gosh dang it, another sweep. Oh my goodness.
I know, it hurts.
Yeah, it's like impossible to know, right? The team that just lost is the team that beat the #1 seed last week, so
Actually, yeah, fair point.
I think as we've seen time and time again, anyone can beat anyone, so mid-season will be a heck of a lot of fun.
Yeah, I agree. I think mid-season is going to be so much fun. I'm really excited for it. We're going to be able to see a lot of these teams in a much different environment, playing a lot of 2s, playing a lot of 3s, or not a lot of 3s, actually, playing a lot of 1s is what I meant to say. Finding these guys in situations where we don't normally get to see them. And I think it's really going to show which teams are going to be able to come out on top in these situations. The mind games that we're going to have during the mid-season tournament is going to be insane. And I'm just excited to get that one started.
Yeah, I'm so very excited for that, honestly. Like, just the thing I really like about mid-season is just like you don't know if you're picking the right strategy until you get into the game, and it's just so very exciting because, like, with how all these teams are structured, it's going to be very interesting to see, because especially those teams that have a more like top-heavy side are going to be playing a completely different strategy than teams that are more balanced. And I'm honestly very excited to see what each and every team can pull out.
Yeah, and when it comes to it's really going to, I think it's going to get to a point where it determines how series go, because you could have your lowest ranked player play against like, say, Hammer in a 1v1, where something like, it would be a blowout result either way, because you got Hammer playing a 1v1. That's going to be a win for them in most cases. So if you put your your lowest ranked player against them, then that sets up your 2v2 for your upcoming next game. That sets up your the next 1v1s that you're going to have to be probably a little bit on the easier side, because you're not going to have to play against a Hammer. And you can say that it's about any team. Like, you're not going to have to go up against a Corrupt, a Meezer, Reverb. Like, there's so many opportunities. Like, you won't have to go up against the Sylvie or an Aerolax. Like, I'm definitely going to be trying to avoid Aerolax as much as possible in that mid-season. But, guys, with that being said, we are going to have our leaderboard for this week, thanks to Fire setting that up.
Fire goated.
We might not have all the stats up on the master sheet, but we do have the leaderboard, and this is not it, but this is going to be it. There we go. X3 Tactics up on top there, Black Bunny right underneath. Big Dragon Squad, followed by Fox Clan, taking that 4th spot away with a 1 goal difference away from Purrsion 1. And then LumiMawcity going to be literally 0 game differential, 4-4, as even as you can get it to be midway on this week number 8. And then OwOptic Gaming above Claude 9 by a couple of games to round out the top 8. And in 9th, Dignipaws, with Dignipaws falling down to 10th, but should still be above Purrsion Rebellion. However, we need to make sure of goal differential to find out exactly which of these teams is going to be higher. I think Dignipaws still takes that 11th or that 10th seat though. And then Purrsion Rebellion in 11th, and Twisted Tails going to be coming in 12th here. But any of these teams have a chance to get up into these top 4s, I'd say, with number 4 in Fox Clan being 4-4, basically being tied on series record all the way down to 8th. This 4th place spot and even the 3rd place spot are going to be highly contested in these next 3 weeks leading up to mid-season, and I cannot wait to see that.
Fade.
Yes.
I wanna just point out that at the end of yesterday, Fox Clan was sitting in 8th place in the league, and they jumped all the way to 4th after today's events, which is something I definitely didn't see happening, and that's kind of insane. Made a jump of 4 places, so I think Fox Clan had the biggest jump of the week. So well played to them, and yeah, hats off to Fox Clan for really showing up this week.
Yeah, of course, big shout out to Fox Clan there. That's a really good jump, and they're gonna want to try and keep up that momentum for our week number 9, because they're gonna have some tough games coming up as well, and they're gonna want to try and keep that spot as much as possible leading into mid-season. And for week 9, we've got some amazing games for you guys. Just to list them off here, we have OwOptic Gaming versus Black Bunny Gaming, Dignipaws versus Dignipaws, the Battle of the Paws coming out here in week 9, LumiMawcity versus Claude 9, Arrow, I'll see you on the pitch, X3 Tactics versus Fox Clan. Fox Clan, if you're going to want to keep that number 4 spot, you're going to have to play out of your minds. Purrsion Rebellion versus Big Dragon Squad. That's going to be a great matchup. And ending it off, Purrsion 1 versus Twisted Tails. And I believe Twisted Tails has already been talking in the Discord about having possibly a new roster for this Purrsion 1 squad to come up against. So Twisted Tails might be looking a little bit different coming up here. We'll have to talk about that on the podcast. And with that being said, guys, we are done for the day, so I do want to remind everybody watching here to come and view that podcast. It's going to be Wednesday at 10 p.m. EST. Not sure who we're going to be bringing on yet, but we will find that out. And we'll be talking about this week's games. We'll be doing predictions for the next week. And, you know, we might have a certain, we have some fun times. This last week we did a candy tier list at the start of the show just for kicks because of a debate, and you know, we have a good time with the podcast. It's great to watch.
I didn't have a good time looking at your choices. Like, my goodness, that was awful.
We're not gonna talk about that. We can talk about that later. But guys, that is gonna be it for the day. I want to thank everybody for watching. Hope you all enjoyed this extra long day of RFDL. We're going to be back to our normal schedule coming up for this next week, so be sure to watch the podcast and be sure to tune in here again at 3 p.m. EST on Saturday for the start of week number 9. We only have 3 more weeks of league play before mid-season tournament, and every single series matters when it comes to who's going to be playing who at the start of that tournament. So you're not going to want to miss any of these matches, guys. thanks for watching, and we will see you all here on Wednesday for the podcast. See you later.
See ya.
Ah.
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 Ah.